Hello and welcome to the 2025 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships as part of BUCS Nationals. As always, we return to the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. Happy Friday, happy Valentine's Day. Too late to say Happy New Year? Yes, it definitely is. But for me, don't know about you, this is always the proverbial start of the year. When you walk up these steps, you see this blue track. This is where it really begins. Of course, we've already had the BUCS Cross Country Championships that have happened. I'm sure we'll get into talking about that in more detail. But as you know, lots of sporting action within this arena. We also have the badminton. But as I always say, if you're watching this stream, that's probably because you're most interested in the athletics. Always excited about the rivalries that will resume. Loughborough, Birmingham. Who else? Brunel, St Mary's, Cardiff Met, and I'll try and give every name a mention. Won't do that in this intro just yet, but always do like to keep out for some of the smaller contingents, the unusual vests. Remember your colours. So we're going to start with the 1500 metre heats. Initially then. So as you can see, the men are already out this morning. But typically on the Friday, we talk about the finals of the sprint events, the 60 and 60 hurdles. So here is the timetable as we see it for the track. And yes, indeed, those men are about to get going on the far side for those 1500 metre heats. And then the women's 1500 after that, and then all those 60s I was talking about. Very interesting if anyone also does the 800 as well as the 1500. They would have about 3-4 hour break. And then the hurdles with the semi-finals. And then those finals. So yes, you can see we go right into the evening here. So a bit of a change into the timetable to make it a bit heavier on the Friday and then lighter the two subsequent weekend days. Which is probably a good thing as far as not getting back too late on the Sunday is concerned, especially those taking public transport. Often talked about in many sports, we put on lots of sport on a Sunday and then transport doesn't quite match. And you know, these days the roads I think are a bit quieter on the Friday. It seems to be a day where people work from home. Can't do that if you're a track athlete though. Got to be out here in the stadium. So, quite exciting then. Breaking new ground, breaking the seal on this 2025 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships with the first heat of the men's 1500 metres. Good to be back, isn't it? So, in this first run we have Johnny Brooke of Bath, Andrew Moore of Bangor, Finlay Ross of Edinburgh, Harry Barker of Sheffield Hallam, Sam Charrick of St Mary's, perhaps the key athlete to watch out for here. So Charrick in the white and blue vest, slightly changed vest that for St Mary's. It was more traditional white and blue in the past, but it's a sort of faded vest. And Lawrence Manley of Sheffield, of course the home university here, or one of two home universities. Hallam perhaps would say that they are the university of this building. Tom Wood of Newcastle, Lucas Stabler of Liverpool, and Harry Harvey of Cardiff Met. So the qualifying conditions have been listed here as the top three going through automatically only. 64.1 for the opening 400 metres, as the athletes are now strung out a little here. Charrick coming through there with 5 laps to go. So yes, I mentioned that he is perhaps the athlete to watch out for here. He was in fact the silver medalist last year outdoors. And one of the very interesting things that we should perhaps touch on immediately is the fact that athletes have entered multiple distances. So Tyler Billiard, for example, entering the 1500 and 3000, and well, Billiard winning indoors and outdoors last year, and doesn't appear to be featured on the start list so far as the eyes can see. I'm just glancing across them. So that would give a big opportunity then for Charig, last year's silver medalist outdoors, to contend for gold, as I'm sure he will. You can see here that we've got a breakaway of 4 athletes, and Harry Harvey is involved in this group, as is Finlay Ross in the green, and Lawrence Manley of Sheffield in second place behind Sam Charig. 3 laps to go now. So Charig, who himself has also entered the 3,000 metres, but maybe a little bit tricky to double up. I think it's more of a case of, as I say, entering and then making that choice afterwards. So 3 minutes into this race, and we now have a group of 5 because Johnny Brooker Bath has joined this group. So coming through with 1 lap to go, Sam Charig of St Mary's, 3:31 at the bell. Lawrence Manley in second place for Sheffield. Finlay Ross of Edinburgh in third place. Now pushing through the gears, and we have this trio confirmed. St Mary's, Sheffield, Edinburgh. So Sam Charig leading Lawrence Manley and Finlay Ross home in 3:59.88. And just finishing there is Harry Barker of Sheffield Hallam. So it appears 3 athletes in each heat, 6 heats in total, which would produce a final of 18. But that is the indication. Just looking now, I think they will have semi-finals. Sometimes athletes choosing their event on the day and actually going through registration and the seeding process does end up with sometimes semi-finals being cancelled. It's the case, it appears, for the women's 1500 metres. They will definitely go to a final from the heats. So second heat to follow shortly. We also have the women's triple jump, so action doesn't get underway until 12:30, at least that's what is scheduled. So they're just warming up at the moment here in the foreground, and we're expecting to have 2 pools of qualification, one at 12:30 and then one at 2:15. And the women's triple jump always very hotly contested here, and Lily Holland and Georgie Ford-Wells, the Loughborough teammates, have traded titles, and there have been plenty of other decent medalists as well, including Latifa Agbaremi, Adelaide and Mutawaju. So Ford Wells, the standout athlete here. 2023 UK Outdoor Champion. So Sam Charig, the standout athlete from the first heat. In this second one, it's Alex Malloy. 2 years ago, a bronze medalist behind Tyler Billiard and Dan Howes. Both great 1500 metres, 1500 metre runners, particularly at this kind of level, really showing a touch of class, as we've seen on multiple occasions from both. Just as we did indeed from Jamie Webb, who won titles here 3 years in a row in the colours of Manchester Met and Loughborough. And he, of course, went on to become European indoor medalist. I was searching out earlier this week for best BUCS athletics moments, and people came up with some great suggestions, and we'll talk more about those throughout these 3 days. But one of mine has to be Jamie Webb being in 11th place with less than 300 metres to go of the 2018 BUCS Outdoor 1500 metre final, and went from 11th up to first with enough time to celebrate across the line. So as a rare sight in some ways, helped by the fact that the pack had been very much bunched together and he had a lot of pace left to burn and was an international athlete. So in this second heat, we've got Jack Wallace of Dundee, Nottingham's Daniel Banyard, then Alex Malloy is mentioned of Loughborough, Elliot Savage of Manchester Met, who appears to be our early leader here, George Saparovich of Leicester, York's Joseph Keating, Akira Wellstead of UCL, Alex Smart of Cardiff, and Jacob Harrison of Exeter. So Harrison in second place behind Savage, with Banyard, green, gold and white of Nottingham on the inside. You just about differentiate between those two dark green vests of Exeter and Nottingham respectively, and yeah, much easier from the front. And at close distance, Malloy in the so-called African Violet of Loughborough on the outside. Alex Smart behind them in that Cardiff vest, sort of reddish maroon and black. And then 1:260 is worn by Joseph Keating of York. So don't forget, it's the top three going through automatically. 2:17.6 at the 800 metre mark. And Elliot Savage looking fairly comfortable at the front, but you can see there's a real queue of athletes who I think are going to try and push on when they can. Savage with the personal best of 3:50.32. Puts him in the lower reaches of the top 10 in terms of rankings coming into this. Malloy 3:38.74. Personal best was set in Tootingbeck last year. Malloy, the European under-20 3,000 metre bronze medalist from Tallinn 2021. So Savage now to the back of this group of four, and this is where, if he does miss out, having led this race for so long, you feel the qualifying conditions are a little harsh on him, but he may have something to give back. Malloy is just watching on his shoulder, signals he's about to make a move. And Malloy to the front now, Savage back into the top three. Smart is the one missing out at this point. Alex Malloy of Loughborough from Jacob Harrison of Exeter. And Savage of Manchester Met. So in the end, you'd have to say he ran a really astute race. Strung out the pack, found himself in the leading group. And at one point it was 4, and then he just had something left to make it 3. 4:05.58, showing trackside as the time here. But positions are what matter. This is Akira Wellsteed of UCL, I should say, University College London. So, job well done for our highest ranked athletes so far, Charig and Malloy, winning their heats. So third heat of 6 coming up next. The athletes have just started to head out onto the track. We will have some guest commentators through the weekend. Looking forward to having Stirling captain Angelica Operinde join us. Of course, travelling down from Scotland yesterday. Many of the teams do travel on the Thursday. And this is her last BUCS season. One of those very experienced, but also she has been away at Chiang Mai University in Thailand for a term, which is certainly a change of weather and scenery. So I'll be interested to hear all about that. So let's take you through the lineup of this third heat then. We've got William Rabjohns as the main athlete to watch out for. Really interested to see him in action here because I remember talking to him when he won what is quite a prestigious race and a bit of a sign for upcoming talent. It was the 800 metre race as part of the Night of the 10,000 metre PBs, one of the famous events of the athletics calendar, you might say, certainly in the UK. And one that's hosted the European 10,000 metre Cup, one that's been dubbed the Glastonbury of athletics just because they provide a festival sort of feel, and pyrotechnics and music and lights and all sorts of wacky antics. But yeah, that's a good race to win if you can. And Rabjohns, he at the time was quite hopeful of making the World Under-20 Championships. He did that. He was a semi-finalist last year. And now he's at university in Loughborough. 3:41.79 his PB. He was third at the BUCS Cross Country Championships as well. There you go, I told you I'd mention it. But also an English schools champion last year. So it was a breakthrough season, I think it's fair to say. So Tommy Shaw of Birmingham, City University's Will Ryle, Gerard Griffel Carbo of Warwick, Then Rab Johns and Oliver Weston of St Mary's, Sheffield Hallam's Reines Baltins, Jordi Evans Rodriguez of Salford, Ben Harrison of Bath, and Joseph Farrelly of Liverpool in this. 70.6 for the opening 400, so no surprise that they appear to be pushing on a little bit more now. Oliver Weston in the middle of this group has already seen his teammate Sam Charry go through, and well, St Mary's a real middle distance powerhouse, certainly throughout recent BUCS history. Maybe not as much the case in recent times. It does appear the case that the bigger universities like Birmingham and Loughborough have seemed to draw in a lot of the talent, but yes, you go back a few years and St Mary's have had some fantastic athletes on their books for middle distance. Winners including Adele Tracy, Rowan Axe, so 2:18.1, so now just half a second off the pace of the previous heat, although it wasn't particularly fast either by any stretch. So we have this group of 6 athletes that have just broken away now. Rab Johns is in 3rd place, very much in the thick of it. Ben Harrison in front of him, along with the Birmingham athlete Tommy Shaw. Shaw the personal best of 3:49.43. The only other athlete along with Rab Johns who is sub 3:50. So Rab Johns pushing on. So is this front 3 confirmed? I think a little bit too early to say that, but they've got some work to do behind. Weston of St Mary's just chasing towards the back of your screen there. And I think it's Jordi Evans Rodriguez of Salford, the other athlete there. 3:37.26 at the bell. Johns just has a look over. He knows he doesn't need to work too hard at this point. Evans Rodriguez is still there, but they're not really closing that gap. The work's been done. Well, you can see they're slowing down quite considerably and just picking the pace up again. You'll see here Evans Rodriguez just comes into screen now, and in the end it is slower than the previous heat. 4:06.80. So real leisurely pace then to open up this competition. It's not like it's early in the morning to get going, or that many of these athletes have races back to back, but that's sometimes the way it is in championship conditions. And of course they also know that if they go out too hard, could end up being run out of the top 3. There is Tommy Shaw, our heat winner. So yes, maybe the first time that we have had a different heat winner to what you might have predicted on paper.
York's Luke Haynes and Glasgow's Aidan Page. Aidan Page, the Scottish student indoor silver medalist a few weeks ago. Scottish under-20 outdoor silver medalist last year. And I'm just waiting for a DNS idea to come through. Jacob Wood managed to met the DNS in this heat, and also Harriet Watts, Andrew Thompson. Both of those DNS. Please try to avoid that and withdraw athletes on the required form, and then your university doesn't have to pay a fine. And we don't get imbalanced heats.
So athletes being called to their marks for this heat number 4. You're watching live coverage of the first day of action, first session of the British University's Athletics Championships here in Sheffield. And let's take a look at this lineup. Jacob Wood of Manchester Met in this one. We've already had one athlete from that university, Elliot Savage, qualify. Josh Smith of Cardiff. His teammate Alex Smart just missing out a moment ago. Jonathan Downey of the University of the West of Scotland. Lancaster's Joshua McKennie. Frederick Beale of Oxford. Andrew Thompson of Harriet Watt. Max Price of Leeds Beckett, who of course won gold last year in the 3,000 metres with Ethan Hussey. Luke Haynes of York and Aidan Page of Glasgow. So just under 6 laps to go. This duo at the front, shall we say, Josh Smith and the taller figure there next to him is 777. What a name. Hope to fly down the home straight like a Boeing. Max Price of Leeds Beckett. Almost like they're arm in arm there. 5 to go.
It is in fact Max Price, so he's Beckett there, who may shortly move into first place. Also up in contention in 3rd or 4th is Jonathan Downey, the University of West of Scotland.
So Price takes over the lead here, and he's the top ranked athlete in this. Personal best of 3:46.21. He's the Midlands champion, or was back in 2023. So in the lighter purple of Leeds Beckett, from the red of Cardiff. 209.6 for 800. So yes, some nearly 9 seconds faster, 8.5 seconds faster than that third heat. More representative pace here. Well, let's see whether it would be an even pace. We have a group of 3 that's just ahead of one other athlete. So in 3rd place, behind the 2 that we've been talking about, Aidan Page of Glasgow, and then Jonathan Downey, so 2 Scots. So with just the top 3 going through automatically, Downey is the danger man here. But you can see Aidan Page, personal best of 3:53.28, which again is strong at this level, is making an important move and a timely one. Going to come through here with 1 lap to go. 3:29.8. So they're now just under 8 seconds faster than the previous heat at this point. Downey, does he have anything left? Just flashing in and out of screen there. Really key point in the race now. So Cardiff leads Beckett. And then our Scottish athlete, Aidan Page. Behind Max Price and behind Josh Smith. 4:00.56, and you can see the reference point with the previous heat. They were 9 seconds slower than 8, and by the finish it was just over 6. That's because they sped up towards the end of that previous heat. Still, this time is very comfortable for a number of these athletes. And you will get a sense that there are varying levels in this sort of realm of the sport, shall we say, and that is one of the best things, really, from a participation point of view. And we do have good numbers in these 1500 metre heats, 6 in total, and each with at least 9 athletes. 56 in total, I make it, unless there are any DNSs.
So Axel Imperial DNS, City University's Peter Otto is next in line. Then Durham University's Gabriel Bickerstaff. From Cardiff Met, we have Adam Eade, third at the Welsh Outdoor Championships last year, and then completing the lineup. From Birmingham University, the 2023 BUCS Indoor 800 metre silver medalist, Archie Parkinson. That's the lineup for the penultimate heat of the men's 1500 metres. The automatic qualifying standard in this women's triple jump is 12 metres 30.
So we're underway with heat number 5 of the men's 1500 metres with Ewan Fubista of Edinburgh, Liverpool John Moores, Keelan Hopewell, Angus Mackenzie of Northumbria, Jamie Connor, University of the West of Scotland, Jamie Ross MacDonald of Exeter, Alex Goodall of Imperial, Peter Otto of City, Gabriel Bickerstaff of Durham, Adam Eade of Cardiff Met, and Archie Parkinson of Birmingham. So this is the penultimate heat. Winners of each run so far: Sam Charig, St Mary's, Alex Malloy, Loughborough, Tommy Shaw, Birmingham, and Max Price just now from Leeds Beckett. Top three going through, should say, by right to progress, and perhaps the athlete to watch out for here, maybe Adam Eade Personal best this year, 3:48.20 recently.
69.7 for the opening 400.
68.7 for the opening 400. So Eid was 7th indoors last year. He was also finalist outdoors in 2023.
In fourth place there is the University of Western Scotland's Jamie Connor. Jamie Connor now moving around the outside.
So, early leader here, Archie Parkinson. Personal best 3:46.22. 8th over 800 metres outdoor last year, but he's done a few different distances at BUCS. And 2023, he was an indoor silver medalist over 800 metres. 2:13.8 at 800 metres. So 4.2 seconds slower than the previous heat. Parkinson leading this group of 4 with Adam Eade in 2nd place. Jamie Connor, University of the West of Scotland, in 3rd place. And I believe that's Jamie McDonald of Exeter in 4th. So Eade, Parkinson, Connor and MacDonald. So when Archie Parkinson got silver in the 800 2 years ago, it was behind Henry Fisher in a 1-2 for Birmingham. Massive result that was. And they beat the likes of David Race, European under-20 gold medalist in the 4x4, who I think will be in this year's 800. And Angus Harrington as well, another really strong athlete for Cambridge. That was one of the great finals, but yeah, these middle distance races, when we do get to that stage, when they're contending for medals, it is really fascinating to watch. Can't take your eye off it. 3:32.4 at the bell. You can see Eads made this breakaway. Parkinson, well, won't go with that pace, but will try and hang on to a top 3 spot here. The other 2 in very close contention. He just took his foot off the gas, trying to save something for these latter stages, and they're closing on Eade now. I don't think he'll be run out of it though. The athlete just in 4th then is going to be MacDonald. That's frustrating, isn't it, to finish in that place, but there's no awkward waiting around and no ifs and maybes and no differentiation and analysis to the nth degree of which pace to go with compared to previous heats. 4:02.52 the finishing time here. We can see we've got a couple of athletes around the lap here. This is Peter Otto of City University. So that leaves us with 1 heat remaining. So 1 heat to come, and then women's 1500 metres even. Meanwhile, the women's triple jump qualification has now got started. So athletes split into 2 groups. Second group will go off at 2:15. So one thing I like about this women's triple jump is that they usually get time for their final, expecting that to be on a Sunday where there's nothing else happening, and it means that in the last few years we've really been able to concentrate on these great triple jump battles, and a number of returning athletes again this year. So we've got Charlotte Earle in this, Ruth Ann Otaruo, Georgia Baker, Anna McKinty, Reese Robinson, Sylvan Wabuza, Melissa Booth, Sophie Warden, Sophia Meller, Laura Buchan, Louisa von Schnitzler, Latifa Agbaremi, last year's silver medalist, Josie Booker, Scarlett Margaroli. So they're all in this first pool.
Heat 6, R6. Next 1500.
And Matilda Parsons as well, as 2 pages. Georgie Ford Wells, therefore, I would expect to be in the second group. Final heat then of the men's 1500 metres, with Anastasios Kousos of Manchester, Louis Woodger of Queens, Alexander Raymond Martin of UCL, Alan Edwards of Durham, Nicholas Whitaker of Oxford, bangers Malachi Bromham, Will Wright of Newcastle, Alex Mosley of Leeds Beckett, Jason Heyman of Sheffield, and Joseph Rogers of Aston. Rogers, key athlete I've marked out here, comes in ranked 5th, I make it. The Aston athlete, 3 times a semi-finalist at BUCS, ran a PB split as part of a mile, which was 3:42.93 that split. And semi-finalist goes back to 2018, 19 and 2020. In between that time he's been at Wyoming University.
68.2 at the 400,
but never been into the final before, so that'd be something interesting to watch. Nicholas Whitaker of Oxford, though, ranked just 1 place behind him in 6th, 3:44.89. Personal best, that is from 2022. Don't have a record of him from indoor competitions, though. He was the 2024 champion in the central Gauteng region of South Africa. Those championships in Joburg. So he is South African. 10th at the South African Championships last year. So he's part of this breakaway of 4 athletes. 4 laps to go. 2 minutes into this race. So don't forget 2:09. 2:13, 2:18, 2:17, the last few heats at 800 metres. 2:10 this time. So Whitaker doing really well here. Louis Woodger of Queens, it looks like, with leg number 2 just behind. Then Alex Mosley of Leeds Beckett in that purple vest. Jason Heyman of Sheffield in 4th. Already seen his teammate Lawrence Manley go through. Well, these battles for top 3 positions, which you need in order to go through, have still been quite engaging. Let's see how this one shapes up. 2 to go. So this time, Jason Heyman, the danger man. He's working hard, but no real change to that gap again. Still Time to make it up though. They're reaching back markers, and sometimes the athletes in front loses a little bit more time. 3:27 at the bell. So now trying to make a move is Mosley around the outside. Whittaker still leads though. The gap has grown, if anything, to Heyman in fourth at Sheffield. As they lap Raymond Martin of UCL. Whittaker of Oxford. Mosley of Leeds Beckett. And then in third place, Louis Woodger of Queens.
So that concludes the heats of the men's 1500, and we will move next on the track to the heats of the women's 1500.
And coming up here, Alan Edwards of Durham.
At 12:48, we have 3 heats, and the qualification is through to the final at final time. There will be no need for the semi-final of the women's 1500 metres tomorrow.
Malachi Bromham of Bangor coming in here and embraced by fellow athletes.
It will be the first 3 in each of the heats of the women's 1500 who progress to the final.
Outsider with a rebel yell, push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself, fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. For this, I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 I was born.
First pool of women's triple jump qualification is underway. 12:30 was both the time that it started and also the qualification mark in metres that you need in order to go through to the final. This looks like Princess Atanda of Nottingham. Working hard down that runway, look very close with her foot placement there, but does get the white flag. So as always, and I'm sure we'll remind you of this a few times during the weekend, all results coming up on the Roster Athletics website and app, so rosterathletics.com. There you go, meets.rosterathletics.com. Good timing there to bring that graphic in. And let's have a look at the first heat of the women's 1500 metres. So they'll be going straight through to a final. We've got Ellie Bushell of Birmingham leading us out here. So yes, perhaps a new name at BUCS, certainly as far as I'm concerned, but such a long line of great Birmingham and great Loughborough middle distance runners and battles that we've had. Don't forget Sarah McDonald has won this title, going on to become a world semi-finalist a couple of years later. Georgia Bell winning the 800 metre title a couple of times and then going on to become an Olympic medalist in Paris last year. Mari Smith going on to make the European indoors team after winning this for Birmingham. I could keep going. Isabel Boffey being on the World's team in 2023, winning multiple BUCS titles, even competing over 400 and 4x4. So yeah, so many athletes, and then you could include 3000 as well. Saskia Millard, Elsa Palmer, but Ellie Bushell leading out what is expected to be a very strong Birmingham contingent across middle distance. And yeah, you think about comparison to a couple of years ago, 2023, they ran Loughborough pretty close. It was the biggest team that Birmingham had ever brought to a BUCS indoors competition. Bushell leading from Ty Brockley Langford of Loughborough then. Well, they've had the likes of Jess Judd winning right across 800 and 15 and 5,000 metres outdoors as well. Indian King winning the 800 metre title easily last year on her BUCS debut. But Bushell, let's have a look. She's going to come through here with 4 laps to go. Brockley Langford in second place. It's also the top 3 going through straight to the final. Other athletes in this: Laura Jedrusiak of Glasgow, Caitlin Battersby of Liverpool, John Moores, Exeter's Bronwyn Stratton Thomas, Marissa Poole of Leeds, Jess Salis of Northumbria, who's in third place, Aria Aberley Barker of Kiel, and Eloise Scholes of Bristol. 2:27.8 at 800 metres. We've just seen 6 heats of the men's 1500 metres, and you can see the results as mentioned on meets.rosterathletics.com. And just looking, I mean, there was that third men's heat, which was well, less than 10 seconds faster than this 2:18 compared to 2:27. There were some slow heats. This one isn't too shabby. It's the battle we're looking at. Second and third place, they're really strung out here, apart from these two. So all about the top 3. Ty Brockley Langford, she's been in the top 3 in the past. Outdoor silver medalist over 800 metres last year, behind Abigail Ives. Ives was another one of those who was initially entered across 8 and 15, but if she is here, we'll find out later on, then she will be in the 800 metres therefore. Sarah Calvert's another one of those who, she's always on the entry list, but I think apart from one BUCS cross country, haven't really seen her compete at BUCS. 4:02.43 at the bell. So no real change throughout this race, apart from when Bushell built that lead in the very opening stages. Bronwyn Stratton Thomas is in 4th place, and she is closing on Salis. You can see that, really closing in quickly now. Salis looking a little bit nervy, but she also has something left, and that surge from the two of them helps them almost right up to the back of Bushell. 4:39.85. Well, it shows you what happens when you feel under pressure from someone behind. Very strong that from Bushell of Birmingham. Let's have another look here. Bronwyn Stratton Thomas is in 4th place for Exeter. Salis Northumbrian 3rd. Brockley Langford front of this trio. Strongman Thomas thinks she might have one of these down the home straight, but not so. And Bushell kind of checked back at that point once she'd finished the race and realised there might be athletes approaching at much higher speed behind. Bushell already with a personal best this year of 4:29.89, set in the BMC Grand Prix here. She also won the Northern Indoor title as well. Quite a few athletes have done that in recent weeks, just over a month ago. But interestingly, other than that, Bushell's never competed at a BUCS track event before. And yet she's won this first heat, which is often top seeded heat. But Brockley Langford was the athlete as the top seed in any case, given the lack of Calvert or Ives. I also think that Bushell might have been a late replacement for Eleanor Strevens, who was initially down for Birmingham for the 1500 metres. Well, looking at this next heat, the top seeded athlete is Abigail McAndrew, so as a result she comes in ranked second with a PB of 4:20.32, the Loughborough athlete. Again, a fairly new name at this level. This is her BUCS debut. But again, she's run a decent time here at the BMC Sheffield Grand Prix. She won the B race over 1500 metres in 4:26.18. And she was second at that race that I was mentioning at the night of the 10k PBs that William Rabjohns won. He's now at university in Loughborough, as is she. She was second, was McAndrew. Just having a look to see who she was second behind. It was Holly Ovens, the Scottish athlete. So it's definitely one of those markers for future stars, I think, as is the London Mini Marathon people often talk about. So full lineup here: Lois Dooley, University of the West of England. Our early leader here is Iris Courtney, wearing 528, the red of Cardiff. Courtney, last year's England under-20 1500 metre silver medalist, 4:24.78 at best. And now to the front comes McAndrew, the athlete we've just been talking about. Caitlin Johnson of Leeds also in this, Freya Potts of Liverpool, Nadia Galantes Gladco of Bath, Lottie McLaren of St Mary's, Charlotte Bach of Reading, Hannah Noble of Sheffield, and Amy Callow of Edinburgh. Just on the outside there in the first of the green vests, ahead of Johnson in the second of them for Leeds. So again, fairly leisurely pace, 82.8, the opening 400. So, well, I guess factor could be McAndrew, fastest athlete, but she's on her BUCS debut, not used to competing at this kind of level, even though she has been competing for some 10 years or so, since she was an under 11. So first year as an under 23 as well. Going to be quite a few seconds slower than the opening heat here. 3 seconds slower, make it around 2:30. 2:38.8. So breakaway of 5 athletes, that won't go into 3. 3 laps to go. To feel a bit for this group that have fallen off the back. Freya Potts of Liverpool was in it, as well as Nadia Kalantis-Gladko of Bath. But at the front, Abigail McAndrew of Loughborough. And then just behind her, Iris Courtney of Cardiff, Lottie McLaren of St Mary's, Caitlin Johnson of Leeds, and they have broken away from Amy Callow of Edinburgh. 2 to go. So McAndrew running a very astute race.
And so good to have all that support down that straight, which we had through the men's competition. Keep that going, we have a fantastic atmosphere.
So McAndrew from Courtney.
So there we are,
4:42.90, and then McLaren in 3rd. Tell you something, it's unusual to come across a new name winning a heat, but then I actually realised that do know Abigail McAndrew, but under a different surname, in which she reached the heats of the European Under-20 Championships in 2023 and was an England Under-20 champion here 2 years ago over this distance in a crazy race in which the bell was sounded a lap too early, and she held her composure and continued for the right amount of laps. So McAndrew, second heat winner, following what we saw from Bushel of Birmingham.
Then from Nottingham University, as opposed to Nottingham Trent, Lucy Hatfield. Then Newcastle University's Katie Francis. From Birmingham University, the 2020.
So 4:39 and 4:42, the 2 heat winning times so far.
Then St Mary's Lola Sutton. From Sheffield Hallam, Matilda.
Third heat coming up with Caitlin Purcell of Edinburgh, Lucy Armitage of Manchester Met, Lucy Hatfield of Nottingham, Nottingham Trent's Rosie Cherry, Katie Francis of Newcastle, Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, Lola Sutton of St Mary's, Matilda Burns of Hallam, Liverpool's Abby Smith and Ellie Howarth of Northumbria. Well, it's a bit of a surprise to see the top 3 athletes ranked coming into this all changed and not here, because they had personal best of 4:10, 4:16, 4:18. but it does mean we have a kind of different reference point in a way. Brockley Langford, McAndrew, and then Lucy Armitage, who's in this, become the top 3 seeded in. So Armitage therefore in the 3rd heat. 4:22.73 her best. An athlete who has been very strong for Sale Harriers in the National Athletics League over the last year or so. She achieved a personal best by 1 second in the semi-final here last year. Of course, no semis on this occasion needed, which is quite interesting why the field is lower. Just 29 athletes on the lists. Armitage was 6th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships. Easy for me to say, just behind Ty Brockley Langford, who we saw earlier. She was just outside the medals at the England Under-23 Championships. 1500 metre finalist last year as well. So Armitage is just about leading the way at this stage. Katie Francis of Newcastle behind her. Might be the first time we've mentioned Newcastle today. Zoe Hunter of Birmingham just behind. Hunter, who herself was 4th outdoors last year after being a bronze medal indoors, behind Alex Shipley and Hannah Anderson, neither of whom expect to be here. .77.9, 400 metres. So nearly 5 seconds faster than the previous heat. Armitage, who has quite a bit of experience now at all different levels of the sport. Really interesting to see how she does here. But yeah, as I've been saying, the list of contenders a little bit different from what we might have pictured had you had a look at the entry list before the start of this competition. There's also no Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, who was the 2nd over 800 metres last year. So Zoe Hunter on the shoulder of Lucy Armitage, 2:32.7, so 5 seconds slower than Bushell in the first heat, but 6 seconds faster than McAndrew in the second heat. Hunter just trying to stay as close as she can to Armitage for as long as possible. Armitage doing her best at just upping the pace now, try and get away from the rest.
Lucy Armitage, 4th at the England Under-23 Championships last year, over the distance. She has a PB, but she sat there at 4:22.73.
So still Francis in 3rd. Lola Sutton in 4th place. So that is the key battle really, because this gap is growing and growing between Armitage, Hunter and the rest. And there is this fight. They're in groups of 2 at the moment. .99 at the bell. So we're now faster than the first heat in terms of time. So that heat was won in 4:39.85. Don't forget, even that is some 16 seconds slower than the PB of Armitage. Absolutely romped away from Zoe Hunter. So really pushing hard here. She's going to be the fastest qualifier through to the final in 4:34.77, and this is the key battle. And Sutton of St Mary's makes it ahead of Francis of Newcastle. That was a really important last 50 metres or so from Lola Sutton, and she had looked like doing that. And cruel in a way, just coming past right at the end. Bushell, McAndrew, Armitage, 3 heat winners. Birmingham, Loughborough, Manchester Met. Well, Manchester Met don't win too many gold medals, but they've got a contender here. Jamie Webb doing so before he joined Loughborough some years ago now. And also Emily Madden-Foreman, the high jumper, one of their best performers. A couple of other jumps athletes as well in the mix, but yeah, Manchester Met, a smaller group of athletes, smaller contingent. So we have a look at the timetable here. Coached as always by Steve Green, Jamaican record holder for 1500 metres, who we saw edge interview on the outside of the track a little earlier. So concludes the 1500 metre heats. Now onto the 60 metres to come fairly shortly. So they're just warming up there in the pole vault, which, by the way, is one of the, well, the only field gold medal that we'll have decided today. So, as always, a B final and then an A final. So, rather than qualification and then through to where the medals will be decided, everyone gets to have what, in theory, might be a more fuller competition, or at least contained within one day. So just warming up here with the rope attached rather than the actual bar. So we'll have the B final going off at 1:30. So what's that? So that 18 minutes time. And we'll also have the second pool of women's triple jump at 2:15. So field action's quite spread out today. Perhaps might have been an opportunity to bring in 1 or 2 more finals on the first day. And women's pole vault A final at 4:30. Sophie Ashurst expected to be one of the favourites for gold in the women's pole vault this weekend. We have had Holly Bradshaw compete here in the past, of course, Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo. Bradshaw retired now, but she was doing a part-time degree, I think it was, and basically everyone else had finished, I think, and then she started, did 1 vault to get the championship record, and that was her done. It's really interesting to watch sometimes the pole vault at lower heights, because, I don't know about you, but you know, first time I watched pole vault, I sort of thinking, how on earth would I even begin to attempt that? But you can see when you have the lower heights, so much as though you don't actually need to get your feet all the way up into the air, so you're kind of foot first in the air, if you like. But you can do, let's say, which is a bit more of a rudimentary jump. That's why it is one of the jumps. Obviously, the higher the height, more important it is to have speed and that more gymnastic ability, and that's why the 2 sports often do combine. People who start off in gymnastics go into pole vault because it is quite a specialist technical skill, or many skills, a combination of skills really, everything that's involved. And it's one of those field events that has a real transfer of energy. So of course you build up that momentum on that runway, you plant that pole, and then you hold on as it bends, and at the higher heights you're bringing your feet up to what's called the 12 o'clock position, and obviously aiming for clearance of that bar, initially on the near side of the runway, and then vaulting over using the elasticity of the pole, and then being careful to evade that pole, push it away as you make your way down, and gravity does that part. So just been handing start lists of the 60-metre heat, so expecting 30 for the men and then 10 for the women, and ambulant finals as well.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in the fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 I'm living on the bright side.
Champion and Italia under 20 and under 23 100-meter champion Lorenzo Paisan.
Well, you can probably guess that the men's 60-metre heats are about to get underway, and we will have 150 of them. No, just kidding. Only 13. So, having a look here at Xander Scott, Robert Gordon, Nicholas Camera of Surrey, Gavin Malokwu of East Anglia, Dan Richardson of Sheffield, Jamie Stevenson, Glasgow Caledonian, and Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough, the Italian international. So this will be very interesting to see. Paisan, one of the favourites, has to negotiate this heat first. Top two going through automatically, 6-time qualifiers across all of the heats. Paisan streaming through. Nice and easy there, 6.90 for the Italian. Looks like Jamie Stevenson got second place. Paisan, the only athlete who is sub 7 seconds in this field with a personal best of 6.72. So some way faster on paper than others. I'll let you into something. I think the women's 60-metre battle is actually going to be the more hotly anticipated, just because basically over the last 3 or 4 years we've had a number of athletes at around a similar level, around that sort of under 23 international level, winning medals in the European stage, and they've all finished in a series of combinations of each other, returning. So that's a little taste of what's come later. As for the men's, Lorenzo Paisan, one of a number of international athletes representing Loughborough, as we have seen more and more of in the last few years, but hard to predict. I think this men's 60, we've got Korede Awe, who also has a personal best of 6.72, and Sean Anyegu, just wondering whether he will feature. I don't think he's actually on the start list. Corey Neelan Richards of Hallam, in the home stadium, 6.78 at best. So yeah, you've got 3 athletes who are sub 6.80 then, who are most likely to be the gold medal contenders. But Paisan, I would think, would be the favourite. So he won a silver medal at the European Under-20 Championships in 2019. So yes, a bit of time ago. Gosh, that's nearly 6 years ago. And then nearly 9 years ago, he won European Under-18 gold in the medley relay, where they do an unusual event where you do a 100, then a 200, then a 300 and a 400 in succession. We'd like to see more of those. Maybe that's an idea for some other time. Okay, on to lineup number 2 with Aaron Holton of York. Just getting used to that York vest, actually, it's an unusual one. I think you might sort of term it black and gold loosely, sort of a coffee caramel colour. Wouldn't mind one of those. Alistair Clemps of Exeter in 2, Lemuel Krensil of Oxford, Oyeleke Odedeji of Nottingham Trent, Korede Awe of East London. The big name to watch out here from lane 5. East London not with as big a contingent as they have, let's say, sort of 5-6 years ago, but I think Emmanuel Sasanya is here watching out for them. I know he was their team sort of manager or overseer last year, medalist for that university in the past himself. Sonny Campbell of Glasgow and Jack Forrest of Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton with a nice sort of clean cut vest, looks like plain black with just a giant wolf on the front of it. So yeah, quite easy to pick out among what would otherwise be a plain black vest. Quite sure that in the past their colours have been very different to that. But we are certainly in the era of simplified logos, which I often find quite interesting. You've got things like, you know, Liverpool and Chelsea off the top of my head just taking out everything else from their shirts. Man United as well, and just putting a devil or a lion or a bird. It's really kind of brand recognition. That's what it's about. Anyway, enough waffling. Time for this second heat. So you'll notice no Korede Awe, it seems. DNS. That's a shame. Here comes Forrest. 6.95, so not too far off that clocking of Paisan, although he wasn't really at full speed, I wouldn't have thought. Certainly not the finish. Well, 6.88 for the first heat and 6.94 for this, so being officially given as faster. .60 metres so short that you can barely see an ounce of sweat on any of those athletes. Well, Corey Neelan Richards will be the athlete to watch in this next heat. A personal best of 6.78. His PB until this year was 6.83. And it's actually the 4th year in a row that he's improved his 60-metre best. He was 6th in this competition last year and 5th outdoors, so certainly a really good opportunity to improve on that. And no Stephen Awuah before, who won indoor and outdoor gold last year, and no Tyler Panton, who won indoor and outdoor silver, and David Morgan Harrison graduated in 2023. So yes, certainly some opportunities for some new names. I think Korede Awe, the only existing medalist of the top contenders, he was the bronze recipient in 2023 outdoors. That, of course, over 100 metres.
All 7 athletes out on the track for this third of 13 hits. Lining up in lane 1 from Warwick University, Malachi Amani. In 2 from Aberdeen University, James Fleming. In 3 will be the Leeds University student, Jonathan Seaway. In 4 from Sydney St George's University, Ayub Saeed. In lane 5, representing Sheffield Hallam University, will be the 2025 Northern Bronze medalist. We reached the final here last year, 2nd at the Steel Cup, very recently, Corey Neelan Richards. In 6, from Oxford University, Luke Sing Lang. And in 7th, from Westminster University, Alexander Ginolo. That is your lineup for the 3rd of 13 heats next section.
Right then, heat number 3 with Malachi Amadi, the Maroon of Warwick, Aberdeen's James Fleming. Aberdeen a winner of a 60-metre title on the women's side previously with Zoe Clark, another who's gone on to great success, including silver medal in the 4x4 at the World Championships in London 2017. Jonathan Asiwe of Leeds, Ayub Zahid of City St George's, actually not a name I've read out before, at university. Corey Nillan-Richards, we mentioned, of Hallam, probably one of their best chances of a medal. Tend to have some opportunities in the relays as well. And they have won gold, just thinking, in recent years in the pole vault with George Heppenstall. Yushin Wang of Oxford and Alexander Gianoran of Westminster. Well, 7 athletes in most of these heats, including this one. Amadi, Fleming, Asiwe, Zahid, Nillan-Richards, Wang and Gianoran. Now they spring away, and Nillan-Richards coming through very strongly here. 6.87 seconds, so fastest heat so far. Don't forget, all 3 rounds in one day here. If you progress anyway. So the semi-finals scheduled to take place at 5:45, and then 7:05 for the final. Making it quite a long day for these athletes. So it looks like we now are underway in this pole vault competition. So we have a B final initially.
In 4, the Birmingham University students, and a warm welcome back to Muslim Habib. He had 1 race in 2023, none in 2024. He has gone sub 7 seconds this season. Muslim Habib, Birmingham in 4. In 5, from Lancaster University, 9 Armstrong. In 6, will be the St Mary's University student, Isaac Wright. In 7, from Exeter University, Rowan Gray, and completing the lineup in lane 8, from Sheffield Hallam, first at Steel Cup, that man who has gone sub-7 this season. He represented Mauritius at the African Games.
So Rebecca Pratt this is, of TSD Carmarthen. Well, I saw 2:53 on the scoreboard. I thought, well, that's a very unusual height to start at. Perhaps it's what's been requested. Normally a round number. So Sarah Herbert Ruiz, Amelia Appleyard also over at this height. And then the others also involved: Sophie Horning, Amy Scott, Charlotte Prince, Bethany Falconer. Results coming through on the Roster Athletics website and app. We'll run you through some triple jump results hopefully in a moment. We're going to break away for this fourth heat of the men's 60. And call to their marks: Baron Opoku, Birmingham City; Alistair Eddington of Manchester; Dominic Murray, Cardiff Met; Muslim Habib of Birmingham; Niall Armstrong, Lancaster; Isaac Wright of St Mary's; Rohan Gray of Exeter; and Joshan Venkatasamy of Sheffield Hallam, who's the fastest athlete on paper. Well, you could see clear early movement there from Isaac Wright of St Mary's, who holds his head in his hands. Often think the thing to do is pretend you're none the wiser, but I guess that was pretty clear. Venkatasamy nearest the camera, but we're looking at the athlete in the blue and white. Well, there's movement in the blocks also from Niall Armstrong of Lancaster, who's just a bit unsteady. Well, looks as though there's a clear DQ there, and Wright being led away. So, real shame for him and for St Mary's. Wonder whether they'll have a reteam. Perhaps not, a relay team, because St Mary's is normally stronger over middle distance compared to sprints. A groan from the crowd. That is a second very clear early movement, and well, it can happen, it's contagious, but eager to get going. Rohan Gray. Well, you'd imagine it has to be the same result. It is. He knows. And then there was 6. Hope Venkatasamy, not going to feel cold now. He's got no one until 3 lanes to his inside. Opoku, Eddington, Murray, Habib, Armstrong and Venkatasamy. And Venkatasamy didn't get the best start, but he does just come through, I think, behind Muslim Habib there, 6.94. So that was maybe the closest that we've had of all the heats to this point. Same time as the second heat. So, is it actually given to Joshan Venkatasamy? It's difficult, I guess, to tell, because we're sort of biased looking at the athlete nearest the camera. But yeah, appeared to be very close. Venkatasamy, by the way, is a Mauritius international, and he was 3rd at the Francophone Games 2 years ago. In the relay, that was actually, in the 4x1 relay. Personal best of 6.81. So the bar's gone up from 253 to 263 in this pole vault B final. So just watch this attempt and see sprinting down the run, a fairly short run up at this sort of height. Rebecca Pratt we saw clear at 2:53, but not yet making it over at this particular new height. She might have just caught her wrist there. Hand. You'll notice that pole vaulters typically don't wear bibs on the front, just in case it gets caught mid-vault. This is Amelia Appleyard of Worcester, I believe. You can see the athletes have all used those cone markers to measure their run up. Here she goes, that is better. Gives the bar quite a rattle. But nicely over at 2:63. In heat number 5 of the men's 60, we have Alex Bramble of Middlesex, Sam Brudley of Bristol, Tavik Benjamin, Birmingham City, Southampton's Hindolo Toure, Gabriel Kempin of Liverpool, Uzo Herbert of UEL, so he's their top representative here, and Zach Clark-Green of Portsmouth. Recall gun sounds once again. Time for me to tell you about Uzo Herbert. Big personal best this year, by the way. It had been 7:06 and it's now 6:82. So quite a chunk taken off. Lee Valley on the 5th of January, that fastest time I mentioned. He was a semi-finalist last year outdoors in the 100 metres. Just waiting on the officials. And this time it is a green card. So no fault of the athletes. Yes, Uzo Herbert was a semi-finalist in the 100 and made the heats. Can you say made the heats? Well, yes, made selection for the championships. So what I'm getting towards is basically that he would quite like to make his first final, and given that he's ranked 5th and there are 8 places in the final, has a strong chance of doing so. So going well here, Clark, Green and Herbert. They make it through to the semi-finals automatically, 7:01, so unofficially first time that's been outside 7 seconds.
The result of heat 4 was that Joshan and Venkateswamy took that heat in 6.95 from Muslim Habib, also 6.95.
Back to Appleyard of Worcester, so bar was at 2:63 and expecting it to now be at 2:73. No one's gone clear just yet. 3 athletes have entered the competition so far, so others waiting until higher heights. So obviously this is very early stages. And to give you an idea, the British record approaching 5 metres now through Molly Caudry. Still at this level, over 4 metres regularly cleared. Appleyard, again, doing really well here, so she's building herself some momentum. May well be possible that something like 350, 60 could get a medal, depending on the circumstances and who we do see in that A final. Certainly on paper, the top 3 ranked athletes are all over 390 at best, but sometimes see a different type of competition. We have also seen times where the winner of the B final actually makes it into the medals overall. And that's obviously just done on an aggregate result in that situation. So I believe this is Sarah Herbert Ruiz of Strathclyde, going at 2.73. Second attempt here. So plants pole, climbs up and twists round, but bar comes down. Heat number 6 of the men's 60 metres with Chetin Tootingill of Bristol, York's Charles McLeod, Mandeepa Ishmambura of Bath, Tom Pritchard of Leeds, Kent's Jevon Sutherland, Ala James Liverpool, John Moores, George Lagadianos of Southampton, Freddie Arkle of Birmingham. Arkle, top-ranked athlete here, personal best this year 6.86, and he's coming through nearest the camera to win 6.80 here. So we have the new fastest athlete, I make it, and a personal best in a heat as well. Super impressive. His previous PB as recently as Lee Valley on the 19th of January had been 6.93 as of last year for the 2023 England Under-20 silver medalist. Also English school silver medalist outdoors, of course, that year. .60 metres isn't always Birmingham's strongest event, but they did win a few titles with Imran Rahman going some time back, nearly 10 years back, and then Rahman through Bangladeshi nationality. I think he's UK born here in the northeast. Through Bangladeshi heritage, representing that country at pretty much all of the major championships. One of those 60-metre specialists, fantastic starters, and great over the shorter distance. Back to Herbert Ruiz. Better that time, really clean attempt. And yeah, acrobatic on the landing as well, for good measure. That's obviously not part of what she was necessarily aiming for, but started out nicely. Well, we're rattling through these 60 heats quite nicely, I'd say. Now on to number 7. Ethan Craven, Alvin King Tin Liu, Christopher Hughes, Ryan Hawkins, Malcolm Oshung Bowen, Wayan U, Matt Mule, and Onose Awan Limobo. And with no Hawkins, who's the DNS as well. Bit of movement there in the blocks, but all clean in the end. Tin Liu here in lane 2. Very strong, 691 heat victory for the Hong Kong athlete.
Confirmation of BUCS 6. Freddie Arnold took that in 6.80 for Tom Pritchard 7.07.
Herbert Ruiz, bar comes down this time, so we've moved up to 283 now, so she's continually the first one to attempt each height. Appleyard still in the competition. Rebecca Pratt went out, 3 failures, 263, and Amy Scott has now entered at this new height, the Bangor athlete.
So to heat 8, we have in lane 1 from Aberdeen, Adam Aguoto. In 2 from Sussex University, Harry Larwell. In 3, representing
Appleyard of Worcester at 283. Yeah, he just didn't have enough traveller direction across in order to clear. I think the bar came off quite early there.
He takes 13, next 16.
Just looking back to Appleyard by clearing 273 as a 3 centimetre personal best, and that's one advantage for having the unusual increments with the additional 3 centimetres. Heat number 8 with Adam Akwoko of Aberdeen, Sussex's Harry Lawal, Tyvon Innes, the main man here for Brunel, Renan Larirot, Durham, Nathan Gavahan leads Beckett, Warwick's Benedict Chukwueze, James Lee of East Anglia, John Duthie of Strathclyde. Tyvon Innes here Being beaten at the start, but not at the finish. Nearly ate my words there. 6.94 showing unofficially. And obviously Brunel is such a strong sprint contingent. I think Jason Kalal is still involved. And Tyler Panton, helping them to outdoor gold. Also got Tyvon Ennis here, and the likes of Giovanni Seeley. But it's been a great sprint battle. They're just beaten by Loughborough, but got their revenge outdoors. Compared to the silver indoors here. Getting into the swing of this pole vault competition now, this B final. Herbert Ruiz, second time failure there at 283, but she did manage third time clearance at the previous height. We got to 293, and then after that will we see the remaining athletes enter. So we'll see who's left in at that point. So Amelia Appleyard, if she cleared this, would be adding 13 centimetres to her personal best today. Let's see if she can do it. Second attempt. So builds up speed here, plants the pole. Yes, but unfortunately bar coming off fairly early there again. And you'll see as we go up through the heights, just the adjustments in technique that are needed, and also longer poles that are needed, of course, as well. Some athletes using more lightweight bowls that of course bend faster, and generally if you are a faster athlete in terms of sprint speed, you can deal with more velocity right throughout the vault, and you might have a faster bending pole.
Eight athletes on the start list, 8 athletes out on the track for heat 9 of the next 60 metres. Nottingham University's Aaron Traves in 1, in 2 from Kingston University.
Sarah Herbert Ruiz next.
In 3 will be the Cardiff Met student, the 2023 World Under 21 100-metre champion. A man who's got sub-7 this year with 6.92. In 4.
Well, Sarah would be another athlete trying to achieve a PB here. 280 she managed last season at the Scottish Championships, where she came 4th. Title won by Isla Crameri. Well, she was at least the person who finished in first place. Sometimes you get non-Scots, non-Welsh athletes at those various championships. Fortunately for Ruiz, not able to execute this personal best clearance today. So she's in third position for now, and we have 3 athletes waiting to enter the competition. Appleyard, 1 more attempt at this height to go. Amy Scott has already gone clear. Oh, tremendous height achieved there, but just landing back down on the bar, as you can see. That was Amy Scott. So that would be at 293. So she's the only athlete currently vaulting. Horning, Prince and Falconer will all shortly enter. Okay, next heat on the way. Traves, Papula, Hawker, Oliver, Mitchell, Alford, Mzee and Spence McMorris. Well, that was interesting because I was looking closely at Spence McMorris in the, gosh, what even is that colour? Something like a sea blue at the top, down to a navy at the bottom. Anyway, and you notice that he didn't get a fast start compared to the others, but someone in the middle of all of that may have gotten a legally fast start. Oh, look at that, ominous, the official. He's got that back pocket at the ready. Channeling his inner Mark Clattenburg. What's it going to be? Oh, great anticipation. It's a green card. So it gives us a bit of time to think a bit more about this lineup, and Will Hawker, perhaps the strongest athlete in this, 692 personal best in Cardiff already this year. And he's one of two athletes sub 7 seconds. Fantastic start there by Hawker. You can see he's really being chased down now, but he does come through to win it. 6:89.
Result of Heat 8 to London is 6.93, Benedict Wednesday 6.99. And after these heats, remember we have the men's ambulant 60-metre final, T4 at 14:35. So T14 disappears from today's schedule. Bar in the pole vault, now 2 metres 93.
So we are a couple of hours in then to this first day of action here at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Angelica Operinde, who's the president of Stirling, has joined us. You came down yesterday.
Yeah.
And yeah, you seem very excited, but obviously this is also your last BUCS indoors, so how are you feeling about it? Yeah.
Bittersweet. I've actually been really excited since like Monday, just excited for BUCS counting down. It's my last one this year, so a bit bittersweet, but I'm really looking forward to the weekend.
Lovely stuff. So we are some way through all of these 60-metre heats. From a Stirling point of view, what's caught your eye, or what will you be looking out for? Have you got Cameron Thors again in the ambulance 60? Yeah, he won gold last year.
He got gold outdoors in the 100, and he's come 4th 2 years in a row in the 60. So I think he's looking maybe for a medal this year, but I don't want to jinx it, because last year I had made some big promises to the sports union and didn't quite deliver, so I'm not jinxing anything this year.
Oh, how does that? Do they ask you, go on then, how many medals are we going to win, or it's not quite like that?
Well, I was team captain last year, and I believe in the team. You know, I was like, we're going to come home, the most medals we've ever got, going to have a great day. A lot of people were like, Anja, don't know if that's going to happen, but I was like, no, I believe in the team. And it didn't exactly go the way we wanted, so I'm just keeping a bit more quiet this year, not to jinx anything.
Yeah, I mean, you've had, how many years have you had now at the university?
This is my 4th year.
The 4th year. So in that time, you've seen like medals from Sarah Tate as well.
Yeah,
so she's now one of the many athletes gone over to United States. What have been the other highlights, I should say?
We had Stu Greenhall a couple years ago. He came 3rd indoors at the 200, which was like really, really unexpected. Like it was a victory for him, but it was a victory for the whole team. Like if there was a camera on us when he came 3rd, it would be insane. We were just in tears. Like it was amazing. You also had Ben McMillan last year, came 3rd in the 15, which was really good as well.
Yeah, that was a terrific race. Often is in the middle distance. And yourself, are you competing as well here this weekend?
Yeah, I'm doing the 200 tomorrow, and then the relay. Focusing mainly on the relay. A bit of a redemption from last year, because last year one of our athletes fell, and we were gonna make it into the final, but she just fell at the last 5 meters. So we're on a redemption arc this year.
Was that outdoors or indoors?
Indoors,
yes, I think I remember. Yeah, it was a very chaotic relay scenes, and not really something you want to see. I mean, you want to see sort of crazy baton exchange, but you don't want to see people falling for sure, especially not when they're on your team. But you haven't just been at Stirling, you've been in Chiang Mai, and not just on a little holiday, you know, but you've actually been studying.
Yeah, I was studying during the summer. I did a module on diplomacy in Southeast Asia to tie in with my law and politics degree, and that was so fun. I was there for about a month. I actually spent my 21st birthday out there as well, so I had a great time.
Wow, okay. And yeah, so what was, just tell, I don't know, because my personal interest, probably most people are interested in athletics, but no, I'm interested to hear about the kind of the educational side, where you said just diplomacy in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so it's
how did you pick that?
So through my politics degree, I wasn't 100% sure what I was going to do my dissertation on, so I thought it might be a good area. So the uni offered for me to go out there, so I took up the opportunity.
Yeah, unusual one.
Yeah.
Unusual opportunity.
But it was really good, and it was kind of equivalent to we have the EU over here, and then they have kind of the same thing but for the Southeast Asian nations. So it was really interesting learning the differences between the two.
And you didn't guest at any Thai University Championships, did you?
I didn't. No, it was summer, so not much was going on. I did a bit of running while I was out there, but the humidity did kill me a little bit.
Yeah, well, but within that, that might be good warm weather training in a way. Yeah.
I don't know if it had the effects. I think I was mostly eating and stuff out there, but we'll say I was out there for warm weather training.
Awesome. So just looking at the lineup for this next heat, this is now heat 10 of 13. So I'll just read this out. Noah Himayan of Liverpool, Oxford Brooks Malachi Broderick, Ayinla Mustafa of Kingston, Rory Voss of Stirling.
Yeah, excited to see Rory run.
So bangers Ewan Jones, Daniel Scriven of Manchester, Ashley Avis of SGS, and Sydney Mendes of Middlesex. So it's the first two going through here. Really, if you're not in the first two, then it's quite a hope, really, because 6 athletes within 13 heats. Tell me a little bit more about Rory, then.
So Rory's first year this year, and there's been quite a lot of first years coming in, so it's been a nice, new team atmosphere. Rory won 2 weeks ago at the Scottish University Indoor Champs in the 60 as well, so I think he's feeling good and looking good.
So let's see. He goes in lane 4. There's 2 green vests next to one another. Bangor with the yellow stripe. So these athletes called to their marks then. Himain, Broderick, Mustafa Voss, Jones, Scriven, Avis and Mendez. 3 more heats to go after this one. Seen a couple of DQs already in the last few moments. It's certainly got the nerves jangling. So pretty even here at the start. Rory Voss is going well at this point. They're starting to come through. Looks like Avis, 6.88. So looks like a personal best there for Avis. These times all unofficial. Didn't quite see where Rory came there.
I think it was second, that's what I saw.
Yeah, it was close.
I don't know if he'll be too pleased with that. Probably looking for a bit of a redemption in the semis, but yeah, he doesn't look too pleased.
And what do you make of the 3 rounds in one day? Because, you know, when it's only 60 metres, I think some athletes probably quite like to have all 3 rounds in one day.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to go. Because it's 60 as well, it's nice because there's so many of them as well. Like, it's nice to see it slowly filter down, and then the last event of the day is obviously the finals, and it's nice to have finals on the day one as well.
Definitely, yeah. As much as you have that finals day element on the Sunday, I think if they're all back to back, it's almost it's a little bit too much intensity on the back-to-back races. Yeah, it's quite nice to see some medals decided, and I think it inspires other team members to think, oh yeah, I'd quite like that. And some people would quite like, I think, to have their pressure moment out the way and just really enjoy cheering on. Yeah,
exactly. That's normally where my element is. I'm always the biggest cheerleader for SUAC, so I love watching it from the sidelines.
Okay, you ever tried pole vault before?
No, I don't think I will. I feel it would not go well.
But you see at 2:53 where we started, actually the technique is quite different to like a 5 metres attempt. You can see and this kind of gives me a bit of element, a bit of confidence of where I could start out, you know, with an easier jump. That's not taking away from what these athletes are doing. As you see, plants pole, feet don't quite need to be up first in the air there.
No, I think I'd have to probably start at about a metre. I don't think I'd be getting over anything more.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's always got to start somewhere, haven't you? Yeah. What field events have you tried?
I used to do long jump a little bit when I was younger. I was okay at that. Nothing amazing. I've always wanted to be good at a field event because it always seems a little bit less pressure than like the main track event. But
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just because less limelight sometimes.
Yeah, because you have kind of 3 or 4 chances to get better. Like track, it's just one and done kind of thing. And because it's happening all at the same time as the track events, it seems like less pressure. It probably isn't if you're an athlete there, but from a track athlete's perspective, it seems like it's not as big a pressure.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because I always think as 3 attempts as being nothing. You know, only 3 goes, let's say, in the shot put, you know, only 3 jumps. You could, in theory, have qualification where everybody gets all 6, and then you see how things are, but that would take a lot longer.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking the other day, when you have more than 20 events that are part of the Olympics, and then both genders, that's a crazy amount of events. It makes it a crazy sport in some ways. Yeah.
I think it's so fun though, because really you can watch it and you can watch like so many different things that are all happening at once, and kind of some people just watch the long jump, like are dedicated to seeing the athletes and that. The same for different events. So I think it's just, I really love athletics and I think it's so good. I'm so glad I did it at university because BUCS is like being one of the highlights of my university experience.
Amy Scott at 2.93, brilliant. And we saw she got huge amounts of height. And I think the look on her face sort of tells you everything. She knows that was a little bit touch and go, but yeah, lots and lots of height. But with the previous attempt, she just landed quickly back down on the bar. And that's Trevor Fox there, who's one of the UK's best pole vault coaches, coach to Adam Haig and others inside this stadium, and he starts people pole vaulting from like the age of 10.
Wow.
So that's where you get that first experience. Have you ever done gymnastics at all?
No, I never did. I I can't do the splits or anything. It's
Yeah,
a bit
well,
rubbish.
exactly. I think a lot of kids, try gymnastics age, I don't know, 6 to 10.
Yeah.
I did, but then if you're no good, it kind of feels like it's the sort of thing where it's easily separated who's good and who's not. And
Yeah, I think so.
yeah. You feel it comes to a dead end if you're no good. Right, okay, on to the next heat. But gymnastics often, combines with pole vault. You often see people who started out as gymnasts. On to this next heat. If I haven't lost count, it's heat 11, but helpfully that's also on the screen. Brown King, Ayao, Miller, Doe, Odeniran, Dankwa, Bongma and Jorge in this one. Real scream to get these athletes away. Brown King going well, along with Odeniran of King's College, 6:93 there, so not necessarily one of the fastest times, but it looked like Joel John Brown King of Newcastle and Moyinalua Odeniran of King's College. So who else this weekend are we looking out for from a Sterling point of view? I know we talked about some of the highlights.
Yep.
We talk about the fact that Cameron Thors is racing in the not too distant future around, I'd say in the next hour or two.
Yeah, we have a few athletes in the 800 who are looking good. Hopefully maybe some Sterling finalists in the 800 men's and women's today. Well, obviously they've just got the heats today. Relays, Sterling are okay in the relays, so I'd like to see maybe some finals there as well. And just kind of, a lot of our team are quite new this year. We had quite a lot of fourth years last year who've left, so I'm just quite excited to see a lot of the freshers run and kind of get the opportunity to see BUCS, because I've been here 4 times, so maybe the novelty's worn off a little bit for me. I just get excited to come, but it's a bit more like daunting for them because they've not been here and it is such a big competition, so I'm excited to see them run.
More on that in a moment. This is Scott again. That was actually a first time clearance, so actually I'm not going to attempt to say what this might be because we might be just a little bit behind proceedings. Yeah, this is a first time clearance at 3:03. It was 2:93 before. We were in this weird situation basically where everyone else went out and she was the only athlete left in, but there are some more coming up later.
Right, okay.
That haven't entered. But it's quite good actually that we know what height people are entering at. That
Yeah.
gives us a bit of a classy feel. Because sometimes you just don't have a clue what the results are. So
I would always get so scared to go in later because what about if you don't clear it?
For sure. I would say that happened to Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw at the Olympic Games last year, and there was didn't know how to react because Molly Caudry was like consoling Holly Bradshaw for going out early, only to then do it herself, and it was like, oh my god. But it made it dramatic, certainly, and you get 3 goes, of course, and sometimes people have experimented and not given athletes 3 goes, but given them like a certain amount of jumps throughout the competition. But I think these weird formats sometimes have a place, but we don't necessarily want to see them at every championship.
Yeah.
So just having a look, this is, well, looks to me like a Sheffield best, Charlotte Prince. So she's just entered the competition here. So yes, just having a look at the Sterling athletes I'd highlighted, and it pretty much matched up to what you were saying.
Yeah.
Ryan Martin and Olivia Clark in the 800 metres.
Yeah. Sophia Vadak as well is in the 800. She's kind of switched over from the 4s, and she ran not last weekend, the weekend before at the Glasgow EAP and ran 2:06, which was a really amazing PB. So excited to see her run as well.
Bethany Falconer of Hallam, previous winner of this title on the men's side with George Heppenstall in the home stadium. So let's have a look here. Really good height and just maintains that transfer of energy without losing that height all the way through. A nice solid technique there. Yeah, Sophia Vidak. Yeah, I remember being at the Scottish Championships, which they often have under 17 events on the same day, and she was running in like the 100, the 200, the 300, the 400, everything. But now she's doing the 800, so clearly, multi-talented.
I've actually not seen her run the 800 yet because I wasn't at the EAP, so I'm actually really excited to see her run today. I see her in training, obviously running like 2s and 4s, but 800's a very different game, so I'm excited to see her run.
So this will be heat number 12. Ochuko Edward of UCL, and then she'll rattle through these: Daly, Krista, Adi, Doughton, Salim, Eluyera, Sadler and Irvine, all in this. Well, didn't have to go through them as fast. Did you see anything there?
No, I didn't see anything at all.
That's the classic test here. So you're going to sit here, you have to focus, and sometimes you might be looking somewhere else,
Yeah,
or you might be looking away,
I'm
and they'll.
like looking at the track and looking at the screen at the same time, so I don't think I saw anything, which was a bit useless.
Yeah, yeah, and then someone will ask you, "Did you see anything?" And you'll be like, "No." Let's have a look. It's all very still at the moment. There's a bit of movement from 3,
yeah.
and then it's clear from 3. Yeah, Henry Krista of Newcastle. Oh, that was teasing from
Yeah.
that, because I thought it was going to be a green
I
card.
saw the green, yeah. Oh, that's a shame.
Have you ever been an official? I'm asking you lots of
haven't.
searching questions about what you've done, but
I haven't been an official. My home club is Derby AC, so there's actually like 3 or 4 officials here from Derby AC, and I've seen them. I normally see them in the call room and things and say hi, but no, I've not been an official. I don't think I'd want to do this job, having to be the one to tell someone that they're disqualified.
yeah, it's difficult. I mean, it's probably easier when it's clear cut.
Yeah.
And that was reasonably clear cut. Obviously, we do sometimes see a little bit more leniency at this level.
Yeah. It does depend. Like, some competitions are quite lenient because we're younger athletes, but sometimes, like at BUCS, it's kind of training for those like British champs, Olympics, things like that. So they do need to be strict on the rules. But he seems to be contesting it.
Yeah, it's that clear early movement, but late in the starting phase, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And sometimes when there's twitching, but it's still well before the gun goes, or
It's so easy
before
in the
it's at-
60 as well, because you kind of, some people kind of try and anticipate the gun, which probably isn't the best thing to do, but you know that the start's so important, so it's easy to false start, I think, in a 60.
Absolutely, it's an extremely unforgiving distance to compete in.
Yeah.
So he's standing there with the athletes from, I think, the final heat. They won't take part in that one. So Edward, Daly, then Ada Doughton, Salim, Eluyera, Sadler and Irvine. Heat number 12. So Swansea man, Ada Doughton through the centre here, nice and clear and away. 6.94. So all of the heats have been around this sort of 6.80, 6.90 mark all the way since Lorenzo Payson won the first one for Lapra, what seems like a lifetime ago. I was saying, actually, I'm quite excited for the women's 60 metres, just because, and you'll know quite a few of these names: Joy Eze and Leonie Ashmead and Alison Bell. They've all been winners of BUCS titles, and they've all had like GB representation. So I think that battle is really going to be exciting.
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting one, because Leonie's not competed at BUCS in a couple of years. She's just kind of moved to Loughborough recently, so I actually just saw her in the call room and was saying hi to her. But no, it'll be really exciting final, that will be, obviously, assuming they get there.
Yeah, well, assuming they appear on the start list, actually. Just wonder what, just looking here at the recall previously. Sometimes you see a replay like half an hour later and it will be like, oh, what's this going to be? It's going to be a DQ of a gold medal or something here. Has there been any, since you've been involved in BUCS, have there been any like real controversial moments that you can remember? I can start if you like.
Okay, you start.
Okay, there was 3,000 metres and there was a win for Sheffield. Obviously, that's quite nice here. And he just stepped on the inside of the track here, the top bend, just put his foot on the line. You know, what came through brilliantly to win the gold medal. It was taken away.
I remember maybe 2 years ago, we were in the relay final, the 4x2 indoors, and it was like us, Strath, Loughborough, Birmingham. Can't remember the other teams, but Strath got DQ'd and they'd come second, and
or won gold, had they? Or
I think they'd got silver.
Yeah, initially, okay.
Yeah, initially, and they'd got DQ'd, and we were like, what's going on? We weren't in the medal contention, so we were quite chill. And then like they appealed it, and then Loughborough got a DQ for a second. Then we got a DQ for a second. We were like, whoa, we didn't do anything. And then it found out that Birmingham actually got DQ'd in the end, and Strath won. And that was quite a stressful time of events, because pretty much every team got DQ'd, and then some of it was reversed. And yeah. I do remember that a couple of years ago, and that was very stressful.
And it took a long time afterwards to be resolved, and there was a lot of stress. I think the men's relay at the same time was having some protests as well.
Yeah, the relays are always the worst indoors, just because it's just chaos. So there's always appeals.
Yeah, as we see here, Bethany Falconer of Hallam, so clear now at 3:13. First time I think we've seen this athlete here, Sophie Hearn and Cardiff, met. Final heat of the men's 60 metres. Unlucky for some, 13. This is Quayam Abdullahi of Nottingham, St Mary's Leo Dollard, Zishan Yang of UCL, Hertfordshire's Kunle Ojasipe, Salah Ferozi of Imperial, Tristan Jamieson of Hartpury, and Isaac Marsh of Sheffield. So 2 athletes who are sub 7 seconds in this. So lane 1 not being used here. There was early movement, but athletes get away cleanly. And I think this is Ojasipe of Hertfordshire. First time I said that name today. 7:01 this time. Well, there you go. I think sometimes that race might have been called back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not on this occasion. You mentioned Strathclyde there. That was a particularly special title for them, of course.
Yeah.
And I think Kelsey Stewart, Erin Campbell, who's still around, were involved in that.
Yeah.
But are you going to have any rivalries with any Scottish universities?
No. We don't have any rivals with them. When we come down to BUCS, it is like the Scottish unis come together as one uni.
That's nice, yeah.
Which we really love. So like Aberdeen, Strath, Edinburgh, some of like the Cali guys, like some of them don't bring like massive teams, so we kind of embrace them all together as one. So if there's ever a race and there's not a Stirling vest, but there's a Scottish vest,
nice.
I will be cheering them on.
That's awesome. So this is Amy Scott then, bar still I believe at 3:13. That appears to be her second time failure. So the situation is this: there are 4 athletes left in the competition: Falconer, Prince, Hornung and Scott. And Falconer and Prince have cleared at 3:13 even.
So is this the final then for the
This
high
is the
jump?
B final.
Okay.
And then the A final coming up later with the likes of Sophie Ashurst.
Right.
So yeah, so it means that they don't have to qualify and then do a final.
Yeah.
Everyone gets sort of a competition on their own terms, because also if you did do qualification, where would you start?
Yeah.
If you had such different levels. We did see a bit of experimentation outdoors last year where loads of field events had AM finals, which is kind of a bit different, because I thought the whole idea was for the linear jumps for that reason I mentioned. But if you have like a discus B final and A final, I think I don't know if it takes attention off the B final and people only focus on the A1. But anyway, it does mean that more people get 6 throws. That would be the reason to do it.
Nicer.
Yeah.
Like more chance for people to PB, because sometimes people's goals for the weekend, they know they're not going to final, they know they're not going to medal, but they're going to get a PB at BUCS, which is a big thing.
And do you talk as a president? Do you kind of talk as a group about goals, or do you allow people to sort of set that individually?
Kind of, everyone is at a bit of a different level. So some people have their goals and they're very high. Some people are like, oh, I'd just love to get to the semis, or I just love the PB, that kind of thing. So I kind of just do it as like, you guys have got the opportunity to come down to BUCS, like the uni pays for it all, which is lovely. So just do the best you can, appreciate the time you're here, and just take it as a learning experience.
So, as we see a banger athlete here, Scott, with that third time failure at 3:13, it means there are 3 athletes, or 2 athletes left now, just updated in this B final. There is still a chance of getting a medal on like an aggregate result, as we have seen in the past. Trying to think of an occasion, but it's happened in the 5,000 metres where gold medal has been won from the B final, and that's just because someone hasn't run a 5,000 metres in a while, so they're seeded that way. Yeah, we're looking forward to these 60 metres. Yes, I'll let you have a look through the lineup, and you can see what you think is interesting there. But yeah, so Joy Eze goes in the first heat, and she's often a great starter, so I think she's going to be someone who will do well in a 60 metres. But Joy Eze, a winner of this title in 2013, and then outdoors in 2024. I meant 2023 when I said 2013 there. So this then is Sophie Horning of Cardiff Met. So watching here, she's waiting for a moment. She's marked her run up at this point. She's going to accelerate down this runway. She's going to plant the pole, wait for it to bend and rise nice and high, but then come down quite quickly. Not quite enough of an arc and travel of direction across. Have you seen anything of interest then on these 60-metre heats?
Obviously we've got like the big names, Joy Eze, Leonie Ashmead. I'm seeing a Sterling name, but that's just me personally. But I think it's...
Who's that then?
Olivia. She's Olivia Darwin. She's my replacement track and field captain this year.
Oh, right.
So I'm excited to see her compete as well. But yeah, I think it would... you never know what can happen in a 60, so it's just nice to see what goes on.
Charlotte Prince of Sheffield then. So again, accelerating towards this bar with the target, and that is a much better clearance there at the third time of asking, over at 3:13. And really strong.
Pleased with that.
Yes, 3:23 in fact the bar has gone up to. So that is a first time clearance. So she leads this B final now from Falconer and Hornung, who haven't yet gone over at this height. So yes, you mentioned replacement captain. So what's it like? Do you have a vote, one of those like AGM vote things?
Yes, we have an AGM, so it's all very official and everything. And then, so I stepped up to president this year. I was track and field captain last year. And then we've got pretty much a whole new committee this year. So I'm the only one who's ever been on committee before. So like, I'm a little bit of track and field captain just because I have a bit of experience from last year. But I do let them do what they need to do. But if there's ever any issues, I'm kind of the one who's like, right, let's get it sorted.
Bethany Falconer at 3:23, new height she's attempting, but very smooth once again. I think with every vault we've seen from her, the technique has been pretty much on point. Seems to maintain the momentum through the phases really nicely. So you've got a little Sheffield versus Sheffield Hallam battle within this. So yes, do you all have to make speeches and people kind of pick from there?
Yeah, I actually can't remember what my speech was. I think because I was actually the only person going for president, so like,
oh, right.
I knew I was gonna get it, so I was just like, right guys, I've been track and field captain, I'll be a good president. And I think, honestly, I don't think I've prepared much of a speech. It's probably quite bad, but I've really enjoyed actually being president. It's been a really great experience. Been a little bit stressful at times, but I've really enjoyed it.
Usually when there's only one person going for president, it either means that it's out of respect, everyone's like, oh, I can't go against them, or it's because they're like a ruthless dictator. So which one are you?
It would depend on who you ask. I think
right.
some people may say ruthless dictator, but I just like things to be done and done in time. But yeah, maybe some people would say that.
So coming up next, we've actually got the men's 60-metre ambulant final, and we have a Paralympic champion. So fantastic to have someone of such pedigree here,
it's
Tom
amazing,
Young.
Yeah. Because I know there was originally meant to be heats, and then I don't think they found out till this morning, because Cameron was telling me, he was like, I've preferred if it was heats, but it's a straight final, so hopefully he's all right with that.
Yeah, you would get 2 runs out, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, I think there were originally 9 entered, and there were only 8 lanes on this track.
Yeah.
But we do have 8. Of course, you could have a situation where you have 8, but just let them run twice anyway. I think that's happened in the past. So William Bishop of Cardiff Met, personal best of 8:89. Cameron Thors, as we mentioned, a previous gold medalist and silver medalist as well, 7:68 at best. Then Joel Mattox of Lapra, 4 times a BUCS champion. From 3, Ethan Kirby, who's one of 4 Lapra athletes in this. It's his 3rd BUCS season. Travis Anderson alongside, personal best here last January is 7:64. Then Tom Young, the Paralympic champion, and that's 100 metres for the T38 category. Rio Booth alongside him of Liverpool, John Moores. He was 2nd in the long jump last year outdoors, 8:66 at best. And Finley Davidson, who is here as a guest. So this is done on point scores because the athletes are of different categories, but you would expect Tom Young, his personal best, more than 0.2 of a second, to be first in this. More than 0.2 of a second faster than the rest. Bishop, Thors, Mattox, Kirby, Anderson, Young, Booth and Davidson. The men's 60 ambulant final. So getting away nicely. Brilliant start there. I think it was from Mattox, but now Young starts to come through. And Tom Young, 7:27 on the clock there. It was a brilliant start there from Mattox, and Young really had to chase him down. What did you make of that race?
Oh, I was just focusing on Cameron as a Stirling athlete, sorry.
That's fine.
But Cameron seems very happy. You can tell so much on Cameron's face if he's had a good race or not. And I saw a smile, so I think he was 3rd, I'm not sure. And then obviously we have to wait until the points to kind of decide the medals, but he seems happy, so that seems good enough for me.
Yes, so those RASA point scores by virtue of the different classifications of the athletes based on their various disabilities in para sport.
Yeah, it puts you in a bit more of suspense, because like you watch it and you're like, oh, what is it? And then hopefully he seems happy.
You have to be careful not to use the words gold, and silver really, which is very easy to do. So, next to the heats of the women's 60 metres, the athletes aren't out just yet. So let's have a look at the timetable for the rest of the day. I know that you're looking out for those 800-metre heats.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch them,
4:35. And then, of course, those finals from 6:40. It's a long Friday, isn't it? It's longer than before, yeah.
I think it's starting later this year, because normally we have a bit of a line on Friday, but we had a lovely line because we didn't have to get here until like 11 this year, which maybe doesn't seem like a line, but normally it's a lot earlier. So I guess that makes the day a bit later, but we're here anyway. So.
Yeah, well, Friday often is more of a half day here, but I think you'll be glad for a earlier finish on Sunday.
Yeah, because we're driving back, so yeah. I have uni on Monday, so I need a decent sleep on a Sunday night.
What does the driver do, the coach driver, while you're all competing at BUCS?
Honestly, I have no idea.
We should find out. We'll get him on.
He said to me today, he was like, what time will you be done? I was like, oh, around 7-ish. He was like, okay, just give me a text. And he was like, just so I can plan my day.
Giving me a text? Is that how it's done? That's
no,
brilliant.
he's like, just to let me know so I can plan my day out. So no idea what he does in the day.
Yeah, there are things to do in Sheffield. There's Meadowhall Shopping Centre, I think.
Just goes on I doubt he's watching the live stream, so he probably just goes on a wander.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he goes for a drive. I mean, obviously, people who are chauffeurs, coach drivers and such, it often is they enjoy driving.
Yeah,
so
maybe he's just, I don't know, gone down the A38 or something. Honestly, I couldn't
There are
not
some
tell
nice
you.
roads in these parts, like Peak District, yeah?
Yeah.
Access.
Aberdeen were actually saying that to me.
yeah.
They came because we were kind of texting with them, seeing where they were at, if we were going to stop at the same place. And one of their track and field captains, James, was like, oh, we've taken a really scenic route. I was like, I don't know why you would do that. We just want to get there. But they said they had a lovely time.
Yeah. Well, there's so Bethany Falcon, who you can see here, 3:33 first attempt failure. Yeah, the motorway between Manchester and Sheffield is, famously one of the nicer motorways. But you do have to hold both hands on the steering wheel because, like, it's super windy, and sometimes, like, your car's like blown across. You're like, whoa! So have to be careful.
On the way down, we actually do like a quiz every year. So I never actually remember the physical roads themselves because we're quite invested. You know, whoever wins the quiz gets a box of Krispy Kreme. So it's quite an important time for Stirling. So I'm normally just focusing on that, unfortunately.
Second pool of qualification, the women's triple jump underway. So we saw the first group of athletes earlier. Obviously, we also got the pole vault B final, 3 athletes left in still going. So the qualification mark is 12:30. And one athlete achieved that so far, Latifa Agbarami, silver medalist outdoors last year. Earlier on, 3 athletes achieved that mark. Georgie Ford-Wells, the UK Senior Outdoor Champion 2023, Amy Ware and Michelle Yalekwe. That was in the first group, this is in the second. So just the 3 athletes achieving the qualification mark, 12 going through to the final, of course. This is Louisa von Schnitzler of Swansea, 10-12. This is another event where I feel like, yes, we have some athletes of international quality at the top end, but you can get into this this triple jump final by sort of jumping, well, 11 metres something, so it's quite accessible from that point of view.
Yeah, that's good.
You said you did long jump, of course, triple jump?
No, I did long jump, but I was very small as a child, so I was never very good at long jump anyway. So I don't think physically my legs would be able to do the full steps for triple, so I never even approached it.
So, and I was going to say that I can think of quite a few diminutive long jumpers, so it hasn't done them any harm,
Yeah,
particularly one Jasmine Sawyers.
Yeah, maybe I was just not very good then.
Because you see all of these sprinters, all of these sprint heats, and you think if a few of them tried some of the jumps events, maybe they might have some real talent in them, and certainly capable of getting through to some of the finals. Yeah.
I actually know Rory from Stirling. He does the 60, but he was actually like under 17 Scottish long jump champ or something. So he's actually very good at long jump. I think because he's like so quick. So you never know. He might switch back to long jump.
Looks like Josie Booker of Leeds Beckett, so that gets her up into the top 12 in this group, but of course you need top 12 overall. 10:55 so far for her. Yeah, I think mid 11 metres is normally enough to make it through to the final. Just looking at all the 2 groups at the moment, 11:73 is needed. This is Scarlett Margaroli of Kent. She has no marks so far and needs a white flag, but unfortunately it's a red flag. That's tough, isn't it? And that's why sometimes you think, oh, it's a shame you don't get more than 3 goes, but it's not like it's a surprise coming into the competition that there are 3 goes. So.
Oh, we've got an Aberdeen vest in this one, so I'll be rooting for Aberdeen.
Well, Joy Eze often competes at the Scottish Championships sometimes as a guest. Not too far, easier to travel, I think, up there to the Emirates Arena rather than maybe come down to somewhere like Bedford.
Yeah, definitely. We've competed at Newcastle like a couple times for people just to get a time.
Pretorius, Clark, White, Fowler, Barclay Agupong, Joy Eze. Watch out for her. And then Rosie May Field in this. Joy Eze, so comfortable for a 60-metre race. Would love to know what the time is in terms of margin between first and second. 7:49, nice and easy for her. Nearly 2/10 off her personal best. Really going to be interesting to see what happens later on with Joy Eze, and having a look, Leonie Ashmead will go in the second heat and Alison Bell in the third. So that's the first, really.
Yeah.
That's the first thing to check that they're all here.
I've seen them all. I've seen them all warming up. I know they're here. I know they're here.
That's great. Should employ you as like a spotter. Well, the one thing that I think perhaps do with is someone watching out what's happening when there are like 4 field events at once.
Yeah.
To someone to like, you know, send a text or something like that. So,
especially outdoors as well, because they're all in different places. You kind of can't see what's all going on.
Yeah, I can see here actually that I think there are some, and this is from the point of view of getting all the results, they use iPads to get the results on roster. And if you don't have enough people, then you can't do all of that. But I think they have some people that look like students helping out with that.
Yeah, I know. I saw a couple of weeks ago they were asking for volunteers, like student volunteers, to go to BUCS. So I think so, yeah.
Yeah, which is really good, including getting each failure in the pole vault, not just like an end result of a jump, for example. So that's really good, because it's not possible to see all the scoreboards. But it's harder outdoors to do all that because you've got so many more field events. You've got 16 field events. There we go. We found one of the what we presume is one of the student volunteers. Certainly it's someone helping do the results.
Which is really good. Do we know if the final for the ambulant men has been confirmed?
It's a brilliant question.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'll have a look in a second. So this is the triple jump. Continues with the second group, trying for 12:30, but we said that around 11:70 is good enough just at this point in time. So this is Georgia Baker of Birmingham. Birmingham previous winners of triple jump titles here with Lawrence Davis and Kiva King. So 10:85 to this point. So that's not going to be good enough to make it through to the final, but you know, not necessarily her aim. She would have liked to make it to the final, I'm sure, but quite a big amount of improvement would have been needed. 10:61 in the end. Men's 60 ambulant final at the moment just looks like a result based on the 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I'm still on the edge of my seat then.
So Cameron was third.
Yeah.
7:59 showing as a personal best.
No, I think I'll be really happy with that.
Yes, compared to 7:68. So yeah, nearly a tenth of a second of his personal best. So that's certainly one big reason to be happy. Looks like that was the only personal best in the race, in fact. So can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
Yeah, sounds amazing. Because he's more of a 400 runner. So I know 60 is like he never really knows how it's going to go. But with a PB, I think you have to be happy with that.
Well, that's one of the interesting things, because participation is highest in the sprints.
Yeah.
And there are quite a few ambulant events, although many have been introduced in the recent years. So you're sort of at the mercy of what's offered for you. Do you know what I mean? So you can't do everything, even though your specialism might be something different. And now this actually happens at the Paralympics, where you might have a category where the 400 metres isn't offered, and so you have to do a different event, interestingly. So we're looking here at the triple jump, and yes, so it's still one athlete has that automatic mark of 12:39. There are just a few athletes who haven't had their third go, so we think that 11:73 is still going to be good enough to make it through. Lauren Hill of Cardiff there with that mark. It's a personal best for her, and she's waiting to find out if it will be enough.
Representing UCB will be Natasha.
So this looks to me like a Cambridge vest. So I think this will be Reese Robinson. 12 metres so far, not too shabby, 9th overall. So Robinson accelerating down this runway, looking to be strong on the board and keep the energy up through all three phases. And pretty much does just that.
Leonie also BUCS 100 metre gold medalist that year, second championship performance.
Robinson, bronze medalist 2 years ago. And just having a look here, looks like a clearance in the pole vault for the Sheffield athlete Prince.
Yeah, I heard a big scream, so I
Yes.
think it was a good clearance.
So 3:43 the bar's now gone up to. And she appears to be the only athlete left in. Have another look here.
Oh, that's good.
You can see really strong. The bar was just, the pole, sorry, was just bending at the top there. She maintained her athleticism enough to make it over. So you can see, also you get someone else that can say they're a winner in a way. Even though it's a B final. Like you often see B races in the Diamond League sometimes, and to win a race on that occasion, still pretty strong. Okay, athletes are out for heat number 2. Joy Eze winning the first. Stefania Ezelibe of Nottingham Trent. Cardiff's Estelle Roots. Natasha Ganasaguru of UCB, University College Birmingham. Christabel Amponsa of Kent, Joyce Nzekwe of Swansea, Gabriella Booth of Northumbria, and Leonie Ashmead of Loughborough. So watch out for her in lane 7. A couple of athletes late to rise there. What did you think?
I think, I don't know what unit it was. The girl inside of Leonie.
Gabriella Booth of Northumbria.
I think I just saw a bit of a twitch, but it might have been because of someone else, so we might need a replay.
Yeah, well, there was movement also of the athlete inside her, Nzekwe of Swansea.
Maybe yellow card, green card. Green card. That's good.
Wonder if the Welsh universities are like you and they sort of pulled together as a contingent.
No, it's so much fun because we have like Scottish unis, which was a couple of weeks ago. And we all kind of prepare. You go in BUCS, yep, come sit with us. We'll see you there. We're having dinner together, yep. And we just kind of come together as one.
Yeah, it's nice. That's a nice warm up as well, the Scottish universities for this. So all athletes remaining. Ashmead coming through as expected on this outside. Let's have a look at the time then. 7:50, so almost exactly the same as Joy Eze. Wow, really can't wait for that final. obviously we know the competition goes up by so many notches in those semi-finals.
No, it'll be good. Leonie is probably one of the most chill athletes I've ever been in a call room with. So I saw her walking out and she was just like laughing. So she'll probably be very chill going into the semis, and then the final a bit more like focused on her game.
Well, Angelica Operinde, president of Sterling, it's been great to have you
Thank you so
join,
much for having me. I've really
as it was
enjoyed
last time. Yeah. And I'm sure your presidential duties, of which there are many, will be enjoyed during this weekend.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, we'll keep an eye out for Sterling now. We've heard who you're watching out for.
Good,
Thank
I'm
you.
glad.
Okay, let's have a look at Team 3. In lane 1, Nottingham University's Aisha Amelie Charles. In 2, from East Anglia University, Crystal Uzachukwu.
So here's another athlete for whom it's the last BUCS indoors, we believe, after 7 years. Sophie Warden of Edge Hill. And having a look here at Prince of Sheffield in the pole vault.
Representing Edinburgh University. The defending by 60-metre champion, world relays 4 by 100-metre bronze medalist.
So Prince, just wondering what the bar would be up to. I think it would be 353 as we cross between the pole vault and the triple jump. You get a flavour of what it's going to be like on the busier days.
Heat 3 on the women's 60 metres.
So third round, second pool of triple jump qualification continuing here. That was Laura Buchan, best of 1080 so far, so a big improvement needed for her, unfortunately, in order to make it through. Last time I looked, 1173 was needed, and it is still needed in order to make it through to the final, so no big changes in the last few minutes. Heat number 3 of the women's 60 with Amid Charles, Uzachukwu, Loban, Anthony, Bell, Disu and Frank Briggs. So clearly Alison Bell, the big name to watch out for here. In the dark green of Edinburgh, nice and easy. 7:43, fastest heat so far for Alison Bell, who incidentally won the European Under-24 by 100-metre relay title in 2021 in Tallinn with Joy Eze. It was them two, plus Eve Wright and Success Edwan, who we saw outdoors last year but doesn't appear to be at this competition, certainly not competing in the 60 metres. Well, tends to be more of a 200 specialist. That was a good battle between Eze and Edwan. And then in more recent times, in 2023, Bell won the European Under-23 relay title with Aaliyah Sibbons, the former BUCS champion. Prince at 3:53, what I believe is this height. Yes, it is. So that was a second attempt. Right, back to triple jump. Josie Booker, another. Can she get closer to 11 metres? That would be a good marker.
Let's go to heat 4. In lane 1 from Middlesex University, Holly Aslin.
It's the white flag.
Edinburgh University, Joe Gray. In 3 from the LSE, Anna Voronkov. In 4 from Exeter University, Mary Elizabeth
So 10:55 came in the second round for Booker. That was an improvement up to 10:87. Scarlett Margaroli this. I think she's actually the last athlete to go here and is looking to get a mark on the board. .11:44 at best, so would need a PB to qualify, but let's concentrate on the white flag. Unfortunately, not today. So, yes, as we were saying, having just the 3 rounds to try and get a valid attempt in and can sometimes be a challenge. So in this 4th heat, Aslin Gray-Voronkov, Ramsey Wontumi and Mayindu, who comes through strongly in 7:51. Mayindu, who was 4th in this event last year and comes in ranked 4th once again, so might need a personal best to come to the final to make it into the medals, but she's just over a 10th off her PB of 7:37 here.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
So heat 5 of the women's 60. So heat 5 of the women's 60 metres with Sophie Evans of University of the West of England, Ashley Watson of Leeds Beckett, Daniela Poku of Surrey, Amelia Hart of Bath Spa, Brooke Ironside of HSU, Evie Rennick of Strathclyde and Amy Garrock of Durham. So it looks like DNS from lane 3 for Surrey. Ironside, the top athlete in this, the indoor champion over 200 last year, getting up to speed in the black vest very nicely, Brooke Ironside, and coming through in 7.57 seconds. So Ironside looking to add to her collection of BUCS medals.
My apologies to Sophie Evans, who is actually from the University of Western Scotland. Sophie, my apologies. But sometimes I'm only as good as the information coming into me. We move now to our first medal ceremony on these 2021 championships.
We have the medal ceremony for the men's 60 metres ambulant. Please acknowledge the medalists. The bronze medalist representing Loughborough University is Joel Mattox. The silver medalist representing Stirling University is Cameron Thors. And the BUCS champion, the gold medalist, representing Loughborough University, is Thomas Young.
So Angelica Operinde was previously wondering whether we had confirmed the medalists we have now. You can see Tom Young there on the top of the podium following that victory in the 60-metre ambulant final. And Cameron Thors, that personal best 7:59, getting him the silver medal just like he did in the 400 last year outdoors, 100 gold of course it was, and Joel Mattox adding another BUCS medal to his collection with the bronze. 7:36 was his time, and obviously, as we were saying, point scores calculating those results.
In 4 from Exeter University, Lucy Moore. In 5 from UCL, Claudia Chesnecki. In 6 from Oxford University, Solo Adewale, and in 7 from Oxford Brooks, Sadie Graham-Mulvaney. That is your lineup for the 60 to the 10 in the women's 60.
So heat 6 of the women's 60 metres. Jennifer Aduwu, the athlete to watch out for here. She was 5th outdoors last year. Personal best already this year of 7:38. Had been 7:53 before this year. Also in this, Olivia Darwin, Zoe Dake, Lucy Moore, Claudia Shanicki, Ninsola Adewale and Sadie Graham-Mulvaney. Lane 8 not being used. So this heat number 6 of 10 of the women's 60 metres. So really good getaway, as you'd expect from Jenna Aduwu. Zoe Dake trying to follow her through, but coming through nicely is Adewale of Oxford into second. And it's those through who are through automatically to the semi-finals later on. So those semi-finals and the final also all today. Semis scheduled to take place for the women's 60 at 6:05. So in just under 3 hours time, and then the final at 7:10. So that gap between semi and final actually is very, very quick. So obviously we have 7, 8, 9 and 10 to come in the women's 60 heats, and then the pole vault A final coming up a little later. Women's triple jump qualification appears to have concluded. Latifa Agbarami and Georgie Ford-Wells topping the two pools. 11.73, good enough to make it through to the final.
So to speed 7, in lane 1, for representing Loughborough University. Well, she must be feeling good about things. The previous PB set in 2021 7.79. At the Loughborough Open in December, she ran 7.38. It's Loughborough's Molly Palmer. In lane 2, representing Leeds Beckett, Izzy Harris. In lane 3, from Liverpool University, Phoebe Yim. In 4, will be Bangor University's Lily Mae Thomas. In 5, representing Birmingham University, Bevan McCaffrey. In lane 6, from Middlesex University, Esther Akiti. In 7, Cardiff Max, Kirsten Byrne. And in 8, from Sheffield Hallam, Bronwyn Clooney.
So, heat number 7 coming your way. What's interesting about this is that Molly Palmer, typically a long jumper, and certainly that is number 1 event, should we say. She won gold at the Outdoors 2023 and silver indoors here last year. But yeah, has run some decent 60-metre times, including 7:38, her personal best. Although it was last year, it was in December, so pretty much this season. So, Molly Palmer on the inside for Loughborough, then Izzy Harris of Leeds Beckett. Phoebe Yim of Liverpool. Lily Mae Thomas of Bangor. Bevan McCaffrey of Birmingham. Esther Akiti of Middlesex. Kirsty Tregolone of Cardiff Met. And Bronwyn Ann Mooney of Sheffield Hallam. So very interesting to see what Palmer does here. Palmer gets the best start and is trying to run the race of her life here for a good time. 7:37, unofficially a personal best. And maybe that's what happens when you get an athlete who is typically a long jumper, just wants to try and do her best in this different event. And that is the fastest heat that we've had so far, because most of the athletes are hoping to make it through to the final, the heat winners, and are saving a bit of energy. Should be very pleased with that.
5, Jennifer Adu, 759, Insura Adewale, 769. Heat 6 with Jennifer Adu, 749 from Insura Adewale, 769.
So during this weekend we'll bring in a few commentary guests just to get a bit of a flavour of the action at BUCS and what it's like. Yes, this a particularly interesting guest, Bryden Duncan, who's competing in the shot put for Brunel, so we'll sort of chat in between these 60-metre heats. You've come here with a particular message this weekend around mental health. Just tell us a little bit around that.
Hi Alex, yes, so for the last few years I've been working in the mental health sector, particularly online and on social media, but for the last year I've been working on a documentary, and the documentary kind of looks at mental health, largely in depression and anxiety, but in many factors. So, for example, as well, I have autism and ADHD, so looking at how that kind of affects me, and then people surrounding me as well. And the aim of the film is to relate to not just athletes, but the general public as well. I aim for the documentary to reach the mainstream, so I want to make a big dent in the mental health space, and hopefully launch myself into the career that I want to work in, which would be mainstream media, promoting mental health, that sort of thing. And ultimately I just want the world to be a safer space, because as a generation of young adults, and older and younger, unfortunately we're plagued by mental health issues, and somehow still today, unfortunately, we seem to have a massive stigma around it, and I just want to get rid of that and make it completely eradicated.
Tell me about the connection between mental health and sport, and participating in sport, because for many obviously that can be something to channel, you know, something to give you a sense of identity and belonging and peace in some ways.
Personally for me, I found that unfortunately the higher the level you get, the more plagued you are by mental health issues. I mean, for me personally, I managed to reach a national title in the youth section, and the issue for me that I found in retrospect was that once that then happens, people start to notice you, people start to expect things of you. And at that point, it's no longer you're the underdog, you're looking at pressure, you have pressure on you from all angles.
Which can be the other impact, really. And I know we were chatting before, and you were saying that you're in a happier place now. What do you think has helped you get to that better place, where the strain on you from a mental health point of view is lighter than it was previously?
After a while, I began to realise that I wasn't going to just power through, and I actually needed to get some help. So I sought help from a bunch of different resources. I found that taking a step back from athletics and ultimately focusing on enjoying the sport was the most important thing. I find that obviously results matter, but if you're not enjoying the journey in which you get those results, then there's no point in doing the sport in the first place.
And from a visual point of view, you're also trying to spread a message from what you'll be wearing as well when you compete in the shot put tomorrow.
Yes, so both on my sports shoes and on my throwing shoes this weekend I'm wearing teal and purple laces. These are to represent the suicide awareness movement. So obviously it's just quite a minor thing which many people won't recognise, but for me, if someone asks me, it's then a conversation starter in which I can then talk about it, and then hopefully people begin to understand why I do what I do.
And it's specifically a thing from a male point of view that well, we know that men don't talk enough about their mental health, do they?
No, it's particularly bad with the youth of men. I think, unfortunately, there is just such a stigma around it, which is silly, because I think we know now that there shouldn't be, but everywhere you go it kind of feels like people are closeted and that they can't talk about it openly.
So we'll talk more about this in a minute. It's Bryden Duncan who's taking part in the shot put for Brunel tomorrow. We're looking at this lineup here, heat number 8 of the women's 60, with Christina Poulsen of Swansea, Kinga Kutsia of Cardiff Met, Manchester's Chichi Ojigbani, Lois Garland of University of the Highlands and Islands, Manuela Nyako Twum of Oxford Brookes, St Mary's Francesca Booth, Serena Thomas of the Southampton, and Sophia Reid Thomas of Bath Spa. So Lois Garland, who outdoors last year was the 200 metre silver medalist, she has a personal best of 7:57. Scottish University's champion over both the outdoor sprint events, 100 and 200. So she may well be the athlete to watch out for here. Kinga Kutsia also with a decent personal best, 7:67. Really good start here by Kutsia. Garland trying to chase her down the orange vest, and will just about do so. These two going through to the semi-finals. 7:68 leaves us with 2 more heats to come. So Bryden, you've come up today, haven't you, from Brunel? Is that right?
Yes, so we made the travel up this morning. Yes.
With the whole Brunel team, some of the Brunel team.
The vast majority, a few of the athletes did come up last night as they'll be competing in the 60s this morning, but the majority of the team who were competing for the rest of the weekend came up today.
And where are you on your university journey and what are you studying?
I'm studying sports and exercise science. I'm currently a first year. I took a gap year to kind of focus on my mental health really before heading off to university.
And was that the point where you started to, find help and take a step back from things? Was that a helpful gap year in that sense?
Yes, I mean, it was a very... I learnt a lot in my gap year. I had quite a long-term relationship end. I had a few family members. There was a few problems in the family. So as a year off, it was actually a very good learning experience. And I think as a result of those circumstances, it meant I was then able to really take a step back and acknowledge that I needed to get help, and did.
Which is, I'm glad that you did. And well, I suppose one thing is when you do win, as you kind of touching on there, when you do win a title at a young age, it may well be that you're focusing on something quite seriously for a many years of your career, whether you do go straight to uni or you go straight into an elite kind of environment. You may find that people have been training really hard for a long number of years without really a break from that, and that must be psychologically so tough.
Of course, I mean, I'm quite fortunate that I know a lot of people at the elite level as well. We're talking like Olympic level, both in my events and in others. And for some people it can be heartbreaking when they've worked super hard for 4 years, ultimately for an Olympic cycle, just to get there and eventually not do what they hoped. And for some people, that can really negatively affect their mental health, and it can ultimately be the reason that they end up not doing the sport. We've seen in this country, unfortunately, athletes who have worked really hard and then not been selected for the Olympics. And then they question whether or not they want to carry on or not. And ultimately, it's giving those athletes the support they need to sustain their career and ensure that they are in a good, safe mental space in order to carry on.
Yeah, Scott Lincoln's been in that situation where he's considered his place in the sport, and then subsequently has made Olympic Games after that, and it requires a huge commitment, isn't it? But it's quite useful, I'm sure, that you would have access to talk to people at the highest level.
It's particularly beneficial for me as I find that I'm a person who enjoys asking questions and learning about how to deal with certain situations, particularly from people who have gone through the experiences themselves. I can sympathise with a lot of people, because although I may not have gone through the same thing, I've probably been through something similar, and it's really good to have those form of mentors around you to ensure that you are getting the right advice from a bunch of different sort of people, not just one individual who you're riding with.
And what do you think of this particular competition as a way of bringing people together, people of sporting talent of all types, really?
I mean, this is my first BUCS Championships, but I must say I'm very impressed with the setup. I think it's great that we're still at the ages of 18 plus, that we're bringing a whole country together in a education format and still encouraging the participation of not just athletics but all sports. I think it's what the country ultimately needs in order to promote not only participation but encourage elite in sport performance, as without these events where we're getting national coverage and putting the athletes in the spotlight, they're never going to get the support they need.
Well, for sure, and I think you'll see a range of levels here, and you'll see some athletes who are very much aiming to win titles and nothing else, and that in itself provides pressure. So it's not necessarily an environment where everyone comes in for kind of enjoyment as the main factor, and particularly some of the universities where they will expect medals, that adds its extra element. So just going to break away then for this 9th heat out of 10 of the women's 60 metres with Alice Woodhouse of Newcastle, Scarlett Thomas Wright of Birmingham, Tommy Olatona of Nottingham Trent, Natalia Aspinall of Liverpool, Bangers Raisin Denson, Janae Darko of Coventry, Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen, and Sian MacDonald of Robert Gordon. Alice Woodhouse, who seems to remember as representing Edge Hill last year, must have transferred across, as we were saying, Leonie Ashmead, formerly of Hallam and now Loughborough. So a couple of athletes really left behind in the blocks there. An extraordinary circumstance. Coming through there was Sean McDonald and Scarlett Thomas Wright, the top two, 7:64. So leaves us with one more heat remaining. So tell us a bit, Bryden Duncan's with us, competing in the shot put tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about the Brunel team that's here, that you've assembled. I know that in the men's shot put you've tended to have won a few medals in the past. Don't know, how much the history, but Eli Pavlev, I think he's Canadian, he's won a couple of medals in the shot put. But yeah, is your team quite heavy on sprints, often is heavy on sprints?
The team is more sprint orientated. We have some very elite sprint coaches at Brunel. We are very lucky. We've got the likes of Linford Christie, who train at the university and coach. My coach, Gary Power, he coaches some of the UK's top elite youth and junior athletes as well, and obviously some of us coming into seniors, so the likes of Teddy Gannon. The squad is looking very strong. Ultimately, we haven't got the size to compete with the universities such as Loughborough. However, we have got a strong enough squad in our given events, we are able to win.
Yeah, Jess Hopkins also winning medals in the shot put on the women's side, including golds. But the shot put is we've often had some quite elite athletes in it. So Serena Vincent, who you'll know of, Adele Nicol. So both people who've got international representation they've just won every year they've been at the university. Which is great. I think it tells you something about also the competition opportunity is something they want to grab with both hands. There's 1,000,001 sprint competitions. But yes, what have you made of well, I suppose you've only been here for an hour or two so far, but there's a certain energy about this competition, a certain atmosphere that you don't always get.
Of course, I mean, it's certainly very different to the likes of English schools or the national junior champs. I think the fact that you're at a university competition means that obviously the participants are much older, and they're excited to be able to compete. Again, people of all levels are able to compete at such a fantastic facility, because for a lot of these people that may not have been a regular opportunity, and it certainly creates a buzz that there are people here both on the fun participant end and also on the elite end, like the likes of Dan Goriola, people like that.
Yeah, and it's quite unusual really to bring them together, but also you got a team element in athletics. Are there many other times when you've experienced a team element in athletics? I suppose English schools could be one of them.
The only time I could really compare it to would be with the Youth Development League.
Yeah.
I was lucky in that I went to a very successful youth team. I was part of Blackie for Bromley Harriers. So we were a very large and successful squad. But that's the only thing I can really compare it to. With the likes of English schools, it's not quite the same, as you don't live with these people, you don't train with these people, you're all in the same county, whereas with your universities, they're like your family.
Which is a great way of putting it, really. And some people really enjoy that youth development league, YDL pathway as a route into just learning more about the sport and trying different events. Indeed, because you've done discus as well. Anything other than that? Those being the main.
I was always a discus thrower initially, started doing shot in the last year.
Yeah, and of course you can't do discus here, so it kind of forces your hand in some ways. Sarah Long of Queen Mary, Paulina Dibotti of Surrey, Susan Follerunce of Northumbria, Amelia Large of Edge Hill, St Andrews Floria Brigham, Shona Vincent of Portsmouth, Georgia Adams Newton of Leicester, Charlotte Rigby of Durham. I'm hearing a crying baby in the background somewhere. I don't know, I've got no idea where it is. It's just being picked up somewhere. Maybe the baby is cheering for one of these athletes here. Certainly plenty of other noise as the athletes get going. And you can see, looks like Shona Vincent of Portsmouth here with Follerunce of Northumbria. They are the ones making it through to the semi-finals. So we completed all 10 of these heats. And Molly Palmer, the surprise fastest time from someone who's traditionally known as a long jump champion, 7:37 for her. Most of the other times 7.5, 7.6 seconds, but the two faster than you'd expect, Joy Eze and Alison Bell behind Palmer. So very interesting to see whether Palmer can contend for a medal, but the times absolutely will get faster. Bryden Duncan, Brunel shot putter with me in the commentary position. Do you have any particular aims for this competition then?
I would certainly like a top 5 position. Alex, the last few years for me have been particularly difficult, particularly in the athletics space, so to be able to get back in the conversation for a medal would not only be a good performance for me athletically, but personally would contribute a lot to my personal progression journey and getting back to where I feel I should be.
Yeah, which would be really great to see, but without putting too much pressure on you to do that. Do you feel that some of the competitors in this are people that you know from other aspects of the sport, or have you not really looked a huge amount at who else is competing?
There are some athletes who I know personally, there are some athletes who I know of. I mean, people like me and David Paulett, we go back a very long time. We went to the school games together back in 2021, so we were 15 and 16. Other people like Dante McNichol, I used to train with Dante. So these people kind of come all from athletics, but I've known them all for different lengths of time. I know some of them quite well, some of them not so much, but I'm aware of most of the people I'm competing with.
And switching back to your kind of main focus of wanting to talk today, what would be your message then to other students who may be facing difficult times with mental health but haven't really spoken about it, or haven't found the right people to speak about it with?
I think the main thing for me is that you've got to use the resources that are available to you. So obviously you've got your national helplines, you've got your Samaritans, you've also got either your school or university's helplines or their counsellors. But the main bit of advice I suppose I could give would be, like I said earlier about athletics, life's a journey, we all end up in the same spot. There's no point in, and even if you set yourself goals, you can focus on that goal, but if all you're focused on is that goal, if you do fail at achieving that, you're going to be miserable the whole time. You've got to enjoy the journey along the way. Every single day is a new day, every single day is a new challenge, and every new day means a new story. If you're not enjoying the story each day, it's not worth striving for that goal, because if you're not going to if you're not going to appreciate what's going on around you, you're missing out on what I feel life experience is all about.
Absolutely. Well, it's been really good to chat to you. Anything else other than your own competition that you're looking forward to just being a part of or watching today, this weekend, etc.?
I'm looking forward to the 4x2 relay. Obviously there was a big drama with the 4x1 last year with Brunel and Loughborough. I'm looking forward to the mascot race. We've got a mascot in it this year at Brunel, and I'm also quite looking forward to seeing Dan Goriola in the hurdles. I've known Dan for a few years now. I haven't seen him for a while, and it'd be good to see him run properly for the first time in quite a while.
Yeah, and it was his BUCS debut season last year, and he kind of smashed it out of the park, really, which isn't that easy to do in the hurdles, even if you're a quality athlete, to get it right through the rounds and to not stumble on the hurdles, of which, better athletes than him have stumbled in the past, so that'd be really good. Well, it's been really great to meet you and chat to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high-quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
I am the dark horse rising, outsider with a rebel yell. Push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself. Fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 Take these beautiful things that I've got. Think that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got. Think that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in a fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new. Sun is about to break through. Ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 I'm living on the bright side.
This men's triple jump is 14 meters 50. We have 3 heats of the men's 60-meter hurdles. That will go to the final at 18:40. So the qualification will be the first 2 from each of the 3 heats will qualify automatically, and those 6 athletes will be joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Minute or so away from the start of the men's 60-meter hurdles with heat 1 of 3, and in lane 1 we're representing Loughborough, BUCS 110-meter hurdles finalist last year, Ben Innes. Then in lane 2 representing Glasgow University, the Scottish Students Joint 60-meter champion, hurdles champion a few weeks ago, Agus Rennie. In lane 3 from Leeds Beckett, the reigning Northern champion, Morgan Williams. In 4 from Sheffield Hallam, we have Ben Pitts. In 5, representing Newcastle University, Alex Kura. In lane 6 from Aberdeen University, the Scottish Under-20 silver medalist last year, Tom Palmer. In lane 7 from Brunel, we have Monte Ucabanjo and completing the lineup, representing Nottingham University, the 2024 BUCS 110-metre hurdles and 60-metre hurdles champion, under 20 semi-finals at the World Championships in 2024, Daniel Goriola. Heat 1 of 3, men's 60-metre hurdles.
So, bit of a break in track action just before, but we now continue with the heats of the men's 60 hurdles with Ben Ince of Loughborough, Angus Rennie of Glasgow, Morgan Williams of Leeds Beckett, Ben Pitts of Sheffield Hallam, Alex Cooder of Newcastle, Tom Palmer of Aberdeen, and Mutton Ryan Ogubanju of Brunel. Daniel Goriola of Nottingham, who had such an amazing season last year. Look at him power his way through. Fantastic display. Morgan Williams in second place, 8:05 on the clock. So it will be top two going through, Williams and Goriola, and then two-time qualifiers across all three of these heats straight through to a final later on.
So we'll see the defending champion Daniel Goriola go clear in this heat, which is the second of the three. In lane one will be the silver medalist here last year and the silver medalist at the one back outdoors over 110-metre hurdles, Tom Wilcock. In lane two, representing Edinburgh University, Oscar Leach. In three, from Cardiff Met University, he is looking to reach his fourth BUCS 60-metre hurdles final, 2022 silver medalist, Callum Holder. In lane four, representing Sheffield University, Dan Richardson. In five, from Glasgow University, Archie Street. In six, representing Aberdeen University, third, the recent Scottish Student Championships, Ewan Weiss. In seven, from Leeds Beckett, Max Rowe, and completing the lineup for Birmingham University in lane 8, a 400-metre hurdler, England under 23 400-metre hurdle silver medalist last year, Toby Watson. Heat 2 of 3 in 60-metre hurdles. Well, very sad, I just heard a message over the radio that Tom Wilcock has just withdrawn.
You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. I'm very sorry to say that I've just seen that Tom Wilcock, who was a medal contender, silver medalist here in the past, has unfortunately had to withdraw. Saw him earlier this morning, but no, they're in lane 1. So the lineup is as follows: Oscar Leach of Edinburgh in 2, Callum Holder, who I'm sure would also be a medal contender. He's now the only athlete in this field sub-8 seconds on PBs. In 3, Dan Richardson of Sheffield in 4, Archie Street of Glasgow in 5, Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen in 6, Max Rowe of Leeds Beckett in 7, and Toby Watson of Birmingham in lane 8. Top 2 going through automatically. Well, that was interesting. So Toby Watson was left behind in the blocks there, and it was difficult to say whether anyone got an illegally fast start. We'll wait and see what the officials say. So it looks like it might have been lane 7. Oh, we've got a different official here. We've got a substitution of a referee. Let's see what the verdict is going to be. Well, thankfully, it is a green card. So now this time we are underway, and going really nicely here is Leach and Holder. Was close for that second place between Leach in the green of Edinburgh and Watson of Birmingham in the red. That was a tough one to call. Clock didn't stop, incidentally, still going. 8:11, there we go, we do have a time. Callum Holder, clear winner there.
To the third and last heat for the next 60-metre hurdles in lane 1. From Harriet Watt will be Scottish international, but 110
So unfortunate for Tom Wilcock, but his withdrawal does elevate Callum Holder as a medal contender even more so than he would have been. Now, what's really interesting about the 60 hurdles, and I'm sure this will come up again as a talking point later on, is that the finalists outdoors last year in the 60 hurdles are the same finalist indoors and out, in fact, in 2024. Goriola, Wilcock, Agbodza, Hedman, Houle, Cottle, Holder. And man, and 5 of those athletes were set to return. So now that make that 4 without Tom Wilcox. So Goriola won the first heat, Callum Holder won the second, and in the third heat, Ruben Hedman and Adam Houle. So Houle was the bronze medalist outdoors for Heriot-Watt University, a rare medal for them, and Hedman was 4th indoors. So they both return, so that'll be quite interesting. And so you would imagine, just because where we are based on times, that 4 of those athletes, if they have clean races, would be the best to contend for 3 medals. As we know, things don't always go that kind of way on paper, but there's quite a big margin between the personal best of Callum Holder, as I look at it, at 7.94 and 8.14, the next best PB. Indeed, it's a similar sort of margin between Goriola and the rest. 7.72 is the PB of Daniel Goriola. As I say, BUCS champion indoors and out last year, World Under-20 semi-finalist as well, and 2.5 years ago he was a European Under-18 semi-finalist. And yeah, you could really see that explosive power over the hurdles and great speed. I know he'll be a key part of their 4x200 metre relay as well. Let's have a look at semi-final number 3 of the men's 60 metre hurdles. So going nicely on the inside, Houle on the outside, Hedman. The 2 we thought would make it through automatically, and indeed they do. Very close between Henry Curtis and Craig Moncur for 3rd and 4th. Adam Houle, multi-eventer, who is the indoor long jump champion here last year and a pole vault bronze medalist as well. So in total he's got 4 BUCS medals across 3 events. Ruben Hedman also making it through. Personal best is 7.92 compared to Houle's 7.93, so no surprise that it was close. In fact, 92 for Hedman, 93 for Houle and 94 for Callum Holder. And yeah, just to reiterate, Goriola 0.2 faster on PB and everyone else 0.2 slower. So yeah, it's a real, it's surprising, it's particularly surprising for 60 hurdles to have those clear lineations, if you like, between the athletes. But yeah, as I say, doesn't necessarily mean everything. Right, back to the field and men's triple jump qualifications. So obviously we've seen the 2 pools for the women, and Georgie Ford-Wells best of the lot, as you might have expected, of course, of the UK outdoor champion from 2023. Now this men's triple jump title, yeah, changed hands a few times. We've seen people win 2 titles on the same day. Some great performers including Archie Yeo, and then going on to win the UK indoor title. Who else? We've seen Lawrence Davis, seen some other good Birmingham performers, including Josh Woods, Jay Benson, Jordan Aki Sawyer of Loughborough involved, a previous silver medalist. So Matthias Mann and William Harmon, the two who have set a mark so far. 14.50 will get you into the final automatically, but more likely to be the top 12 performers. So this is Ndom Abuagi of Manchester. Nice clean progression through the phases there. Manchester, a previous winner of triple jump gold at BUCS through Naomi Metzger, who for a long time has been the UK's best triple jumper. In fact, it's been almost a decade, hasn't it? And she has had injuries over the last few years and hasn't quite been at the top level. But yeah, for a long time, Ogbeta has had that kind of unbeaten run. But the depth, I think, is just starting really to emerge. And we've had some people who've been very talented at a young age who haven't necessarily continued up through the age groups and haven't necessarily progressed at senior level. Well, you could say the same in the men's, of course. For a time, Ben Williams, the standout performer, but certainly British men's indoor titles, definitely, because not everyone competes outdoors. They really have changed hands many times. And yeah, Ben Williams retiring from the sport, so opportunity for someone to claim that spot. So yes, Archie Yeo winning here last year, and then outdoors it was Daniel Akinra-Dewo of Manchester on home soil who won the BUCS title. Well, we're talking about Birmingham. This is Matthew Cox. Really gave that board a good rattle. Again, came flying in. So Ndom Abuagi, by the way, 14.52, that measurement's coming in. And he's the first athlete over that automatic qualifying mark. Just 2 centimetres over it. And that's a really strong way to have started his competition. He appears also to have PB'd as well. The first round of qualification, PB by 9 centimetres. Matthew Cox doing the same, 14.69. Super impressive. Again, not uncommon to see PB after PB in qualification at BUCS. We often see it. Athletes raising their game. That was a red flag. I think it was fairly clear even from that angle. So 2 athletes now over that 14.50 automatic mark, Cox and Abuagi.
Manchester, 14 metres 52. Remember, in the qualification round, each competitor gets just 3 jumps. Women still warming up for their pole competition. The A final, 16:30. And the women due out on the track at 16:10. So 5.5 minutes time.
So rattling our way through this first round. White flag given once again. Still Cox's best efforts so far.
Taking their first round out there was the City University athletes.
Aaron Ashmead Shoye here.
Aaron Ashmead Shoye.
Not really seen a City University vest before.
Goes to 15:04. Goes out to 14:34.
So 14:34 for Ashmead Shoye. Personal best of 15:04. He was the under 23 national triple jump bronze medalist last year. Here, athlete in the colours of Leicester. Looks a little bit like Sale Harriers, if you know your club colours. I think he was moving a little bit gingerly there as he came out the sandpit. Ethan Woodhead.
I think it will be Wilfred Williams, Southampton, next to jump.
This is Wilfred Williams of Southampton. His measurement comes up for Woodhead of 11:40.
The Cardiff students, Toby Silton, out on the runway for his first round effort, the 2022 World Indoor Champion. And it's a warm welcome back to Toby. He just had 2 long jump competitions in 2024, no triple jump, so very good to see him out there. Let's hope he has a good comp.
Measurement for Williams of 12:91. So we've got 3 athletes over 14 metres and no one else over 13. So yes, a bit of a difference there, and that ultimately might end up being where the difference is made between making the final and not.
Any other Jacko, Nottingham University, DNS in lane 1. And in lane 2 for Robert Gordon University.
Toby Sauter of Cardiff Met, no mark there for him.
It is very much a Gaelic Irish attraction. I could not find it with a Google search, so apologies. Courtney Cook in lane 3 from Loughborough. We welcome the Welsh International and GB Under 23 and Senior International, the defending champion and CBP holder.
David Onwudiwe of UEL.
Lane 4, representing Newcastle.
Red flag though for him. It's been the case also for Thomas Hufford, Nabi Ode, Toby Sauter, who we've just seen.
University. We have Ariana McGee, 2024 England under 23 100 metre hurdles bronze medalist, and BUCS finalist in 6 from Glasgow University. We have Catriona Scott, And then in 7 from Sheffield Hallam, we have the 2025 Northern Under-20 champion, Rosie Hickley. That is the lineup for the first of the 3 heats in the women's 60-metre hurdles. Georgian Akistoya with his first round jump of 14.26. So again, just shy of the 14.50. 27, my apologies.
Sebastian Skouradidis here. Birmingham City University. Not a university we mentioned too many times, but Cleo Martin-Evans winning the long jump for them in recent years. Before that, you have to go way back to Katie Ingle winning the indoor 1500 meters, something like 10 years ago off the top of my head. But Birmingham City in the purple vest. So 5 athletes with no mark in the first round, just dusting off a few proverbial cobwebs for them. So first heat of the women's 60-metre hurdles now. Jagbe Cook, Paulett, Rutter, McGee, Scott and Hickling. Abby Paulett there, as you'd expect, for the championship record holder. In fact, coming through cleanly. And 8:21 is a really good time as well for just a heat. So I'm sure she'll be pretty pleased by that, especially as I noticed one slight stutter in the middle of the race, but Paulett, who after last year's BUCS Indoors winning the title, also got a shot put medal, and then she made it to the World Indoor Championships in the heptathlon, which is her main event. And I think, yeah, in recent years, hurdles has become one of her stronger suits, but it's kind of one that she didn't necessarily expect to make a breakthrough to the extent that she did. Certainly that was the vibe that she was giving last year when, yeah, she said hurdles went really well, and in particular she got a European Under-23 qualifying time 18 months ago, went to those championships and represented Great Britain at the European Under-23s as well as those European teams. Cindy Sember tends to be Britain's best hurdler without working too hard over the last few years, easily winning some British championships, but behind that it's really all to play for. Marley Jessup, Jess Hunter, Alicia Barrett and others, even on occasion Jodie Smith, another heptathlete. Obviously Jessica Ennis-Hill, a former holder of the British sprint hurdles record outdoors, with 12:54, that incredible time that she set, and of course became Olympic champion in 2012 so famously. So 2 more of those particular heats to come. This is Matthias Mann, still in this qualification group A. Everyone's going through their first goes.
English international, 4th year last year, the reigning BUCS 100 metre champion. In 6th from King's College, Isabel Walton. And in 7th, we have Amy Kennedy from Glasgow University.
So second group of triple jumpers, by the way, underway at 5:45. Thomas Hufford, who appears to have a Spider-Man vest of sorts underneath his main colours anyway. So Hufford with a personal best of 13:35. Gets the white flag. Still two athletes, Cox and Abouagui, with the automatic qualification marks. And you'd imagine something like 13, mid-13 metres might be good enough to make it through to the final. Okay, women's 60-metre hurdles, heat 2. Erin Campbell, former relay gold medalist for Strathclyde, we were talking about her earlier. Holly Brotherton, Bevan McCaffrey, Scarlett Whittaker, Etienne Morn, last year's outdoor champion, Isabel Walton and Amy Kennedy. Big roar for these athletes. Campbell away well. Morn in the blue vest, trying to come through now with McCaffrey just behind the top two. But it's only the top athlete guaranteed of place in the final. So rather tough from that point of view. Etienne Morn, 8:47 across the line, and she is through.
The win for in Heat 1 for Abby Paul confirmed at 8.23. It was Ariana McGee second at 8.49. Those are two automatic qualifiers.
So Nabi Ode previously had no mark, but now gets a measurement in.
So in the third and final heat, the women's 60-metre hurdles, lane 2. Eddie Rose Isaac DNS, the Brunel students. And to use the official expression, she has withdrawn from the race. In lane 1, representing Portsmouth University, will be Jasmine Hatch. In lane 3, from Leeds University, Elise Via Francis. In lane 4, from East Anglia, Ali Raj. In 5, the Liverpool University student, Lisa Halliday. And then in lane 6, the Cardiff University student. She's looking to make her third final. She was fourth here in 2023, 2024 Welsh silver medalist, Grace Morgan. And completing the lineup, representing Birmingham University, she was third at the recent Welsh Championships. She's seeking to make her third BUCS final. Danny Hales. Heat 3 off 3.
So still the two athletes with the automatic mark so far. Another white flag though, this time for Aaron Ashmead Shoye. And 14:34, to be honest with you, is a sort of mark that very much ought to be good enough to allow him to make it through to the final, but every reason to keep going. And 14:67, there we are, that rubber stamps it. And he needs not compete further. That's his second round, and yes, looks like 5 athletes have jumped so far in this round number 2. Keep an eye out for what Ethan Woodhead does as we cross back to the track. So, Abigail Paula, former indoor champion in this event. Etienne Morn, former outdoor champion in sprint hurdles that we've seen win these heats. Here we have Jasmine Hatch, Ellie Rose Isaac, Elise Fryer Francis, Amelie Rabbage, Lisa Halliday, Grace Morgan and Danny Hales. So Hales and Morgan you'd expect to be strong here, both multiple time finalists in the past. Very, very strong between the two of them, and that mattered, that really did matter for making it through to the final. think Morgan just got there, and that means that Hales will have to wait and see if she's one of 4-time qualifiers. And you can see Morgan looking pretty relaxed. It's kind of a silent celebration. I know inside she'll be very pleased.
Heat 2 was won by Newcastle University's Etienne Bourne in 8:47, Barry Campbell's track by 8:7.
So 8:50 for Grace Morgan. She was 4th here in 2023 and I think has quite a strong chance of a medal on this occasion. She's been 5th and 6th and 8th as well. And that's kind of because the same contenders in front of her, Marley Jessup and Jodie Smith, have been involved. Jane Davidson, prolific medalists, and yes, I'm sure that she'll be targeting going a step higher than 4th this time.
Oh, where do we go now? We go to the oval track for the heats of the men's 800.
Well, Toby Sauter's one of the athletes who got the red flag initially. We've now just got 3 athletes for whom that's the case. Onward Dewey of UEL and Skourididis of Birmingham City, the others. I think something like 1380 might be good enough to get through. So good acceleration down this runway, leaps high, loses a little bit of momentum, but oh, it was a red flag again, but yeah, he went for it certainly, and I think for your second attempt, you don't want to be cautious. Every right to still go for that. He may, though, on the 3rd attempt have to be just that little bit more cautious, but you know, we often see different reactions in such a situation, coming in on 2 fouls.
But after this heat, we will move to the oval track for the heats of the men's 800.
So this is David Onwudiwe, who we're just talking about. What can he do in this second round? Again, driving hard, trying to stay in the air as long as possible. It's the same situation as Toby Sauter, though. Oh, goodness me. Skourididis, we'll see whether he can do any better in a moment. This, I believe, is Jordan Aki-Sawyer. He's had a haircut, quite a considerable haircut.
So let's clarify the qualification. It is the first in each of these 4
Aki-Sawyer, silver medalist here previously. Already has 14:27.
In 2 for Robert Gordon University, we have Erin Williams, 2nd at recent Scottish Student Championships. In lane 3 from Middlesex University, we have Natalia Rochevska, lane 4 DNS. In lane 5, representing
So Aki-Sawyer already in a good position. 14:28, 1 centimetre improvement. And 5th best overall. Ideally want to be at least the top 5. You've still got a high probability of making it through as one of the top 12 overall. Across 2 groups, still over an hour until the second pool gets underway. So Manchester Met's Destiny Sadiku here. White flag at last, a white flag I feel.
The fourth and final heat of the women's 60-metre hurdles. Qualification first. Each heats plus the 4 fastest non-water.
Sebastian Skouradidis, by the way, after no mark in the first round, passing with his second. So unusual for you to do that unless he was injured. So Grace Morgan winning the heat just a moment ago, the third one of the 60 hurdles. In this we got Emily Tyrrell as the top athlete. 8:48 personal best recently here in January, another heptathlete. So Moon, Williams, Lochewska, Moundis, Tyrrell, Hardy and Uwakwi. Just the winner going through by right. Uwakwi makes a very good start. Williams going through nicely as well. So Yasmin Uwakwi in 8.62 seconds for Lapra.
So that does conclude the heats of the women's 60-metre hurdles. And timekeepers, you may now move to your seats for the 800 metres. Happy big fellow over rubbish running guy on the mic.
So we're now moving into the last chance saloon, as it were, to try and make it through into the final. This is Matthias Mann, 11.95 to this point. A reminder that it's 14.50, the automatic mark to make it through to the final, and 3 men have done it so far. Matthew Cox, Aaron Ashmead Shoye and Ndom Agbuagi of Birmingham City, University and Manchester respectively. And at the moment 11 athletes have set a valid mark. We still have one pull to come later on at 5:45. So just following the jumping order, this would be Thomas Hufford. Wants to try and get himself off the bottom of the standing so far as the valid measurements are concerned. Does get the white mark. $11.31 for Hufford, so no improvement for him. Ethan Woodhead, he's in 10th place.
So about 7 minutes to the first heat in the men's 800. Let me see if I can get the number of heats correct this time. I believe we have 6 heats of the men's 800.
So here comes Woodhead, 11.54 to this point. Did improve from the first into the second round. So really for him it's about, can he get closer to 12 metres? Can he get a personal best? PB is 12.59. Wilfred Williams of Southampton. So he has 13.06 so far, and if he could manage something like 70-80 centimetres improvement, that would give him a more realistic chance of making it through to the final. It's a big gap of 87 centimetres between him and the place above, which is held by Destiny Sadiku of Manchester Met. Toby Sauter. Now, we know he has 2 no jumps already, so this is crucial. And I was saying that athletes respond differently in these situations. Will he try and be cautious and play the percentage game to get a valiant jump in, or will he go all out? Because a cautious jump, you know, what help does that do when you're trying to get through to a final necessarily? Let's have a look here, just hoping really for the white flag more than anything. And if it's a white flag, it is. Okay, we have reason to celebrate now, but we just need to know what sort of measurement this is and whether it stands him any chance of making it through. There was no improvement for Ethan Woodhead, by the way, or Wilfred Williams either. Wilfred Williams, 12.42. Toby Sauter, 13.31. Oof. Yes, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to make it through to the final, with other jumpers still with the chance of improving. Exact same situation for David Onwadiwe as it was a few moments ago, waiting to get a mark on the board. So the Cambridge athlete, personal best of 13.49. That would be the sort of mark that would leave an agonising wait if he could match it. So he has to try and perform here. So this is the action going on in the stadium right now. This is the focus of the crowd. Unfortunately, no mark in the competition. Never nice to see, but he may have a reason why. Maybe he has been having an issue with his run-up today. Just hasn't managed to get things right on the day. It does happen sometimes, unfortunately. Interesting to see Jordan Aki-Sawyer attempting again, and no reason not to, other than he's reasonably comfortable on 14.28. Might as well have this third jump. See what he can do. Really nice elevation. Kept that travel of direction across before sinking down into the sandpit. He's got great technique. He's had really bad luck with long-term injuries in the past, but yes, is a great performer nonetheless. Well, shortly we're going to have 800 metres, and first time we've used this oval track since right at the start of the day. 800 metres, one of my favourite events to watch indoors. Just the high octane, throttling nature, the lung busting element of going up through the gears and having athletes sometimes run tactical races and sometimes have real pace to burn in the latter stages, and we will enjoy watching those races together. Talking of race, David at the front, David Race, brilliantly named, 1:47.21, his personal best, and well, he's been both on the good end and the tough end of what these races can be like sometimes. England under 20 indoor and outdoor champion in 2023. He's made the European under-20s a couple of years ago. Actually got the gold medal in the 4x4. So they come through 400. 59.6 seconds. And David Race with the personal best of 1:47.21. Of course, he's not the only athlete in this. We've also got Aidan Walker of Cardiff leading the way now. Ben Nolan, Manchester Met. Josh Redmond, Liverpool. Callum Upton, Aston. Oscar Cleve, Exeter. Blaine Wright, Edinburgh. Scott Marston Smith of Kent. So Redmond of Liverpool in the navy vest, on the shoulder of David Race, who pushes up the pace once more. Look how hard Ben Nolan is working, really driving. And Race as well runs at speed, but runs smoothly and cleanly to the line in 1:54.97. So you can see, obviously, it looked like a good time. The time that I mentioned is the outright personal best. And yes, very few athletes achieving their PBs indoors. Tight nature of the track. This here we're looking at Scott Marston Smith of Kent being applauded home. So David Race and Josh Redmond, the two making it through to the semi-finals, I should say, and not to get ahead of ourselves, and then 6-time qualifiers across all of the 6 heats.
Matthew Cox, 14.69, Aaron Ashley Shoy, 14.67, Jordan Anthony Sawyer, 14.61, and they are Birmingham City University and Loughborough respectively. Then for Max University, Leon Arakier, 14.52, and Cardiff University's Navi Ode, 14.34. I would think he would get through to the final. So to heat 2 of the men's 800, lining up on the inside will be large on Stanley Moon. Then in 2 in the red of Birmingham will be Ben Gardner, who reached the final here last year. Bath University's Oliver Capps in 3, and I think he'll be joined by St Andrew's Luca Baccaprosi. Yes, he is. So that's lane 3.
Earlier we saw the women's pole vault, and that was the B final. This therefore the A final, and obviously early stages of that competition just getting underway in the last few minutes. And we're watching here Amy Taylor clearing 3 meters 33. 3 meters 43 in fact. Computer a little bit behind. So she's the first to enter this competition. Lottie Pinchas entering and going out without a mark, unfortunately. So 3 athletes left to enter, and they're currently at a height which is lower what was cleared by the B final. I'm sure that will all change. It's not impossible though that someone in the B final could win a medal. Second heat of the men's 800 meters now on your screen then, and second heat of 6 once again. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals by right, and 6-time qualifiers. In this we have Daniel Newman of SMJ. I think that's University of St Mary and St John. Benjamin Gardner of Birmingham. Oliver Capps of Exeter. Joseph Collini of Newcastle. Connor Hood of Cardiff. Alistair Beasley of Northumbria. Luca Spaccatrosi of Strathclyde. And Lawrence Petty of Dundee. So Ben Gardner, certainly one of the names to watch out for here. He was 6th indoors last year and 8th in 2023 outdoors.
59.84.
Lawrence Petty, in fact, leads him at this point. So Petty from Gardner, and then in third place it's Oliver Katz. Well, he's down as Exeter Harriers on here, but it's clearly Bath University. So that's in error. In any case, at the bell, 1:27.80. Gardner comes past. Gardner, personal best 1:48.43. He was just a tenth off it at the London Indoor Games last month. Looks behind him, but won't see any athletes there. No big screen to glance at either. So Gardner comes through nicely, and Capps is the other athlete to make it through to the semis. 1:55.07 on the clock.
So the first heat 21:54.97, the second in 1:55.07. The women's pole vault underway, with the bar now at 3:43. Amy Taylor, Cardiff Met, came in at the opening height of 3:33, I believe. Gave that at her first attempt, and shortly became her second attempt at 3:43. Meanwhile, back to the track for heat 3 of the men's 801 will be Oxford University's Tom Barrett. Heat 2 from Kent University will be James Street. Heat 3 representing Anglia Ruskin will be this year's Southern Indoor silver medalist. A finalist here last year, Stephen O'Neill. Just waiting, I think it will be Nairobi Smith-Mills, not who lines up, also in lane 3. All the numbers, yes, there. Lancaster University's Callum Fricker in 4. Leeds Beckett, Johar Ali in 5. And he'll be joined by Durham University's Sam Holloway, with Luke Haynes, York University on the wide outside in 6.
So we move on with heat number 3 of the men's 800 metres here, and top-ranked athlete is Stefan O'Loughlin of Anglia Ruskin. First time I've said that university this weekend. And he was 4th indoors last year, so yeah, as we've been saying, again, that's an opportunity. And just looking at it, Justin Davis was actually the top seeded athlete on the entry list, but not entered into the 800 or 1500, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, Race, Gardner, O'Loughlin, the main athletes you're looking at. But then the defending champion, even though he has a sort of lower PB, Jacob Smith, fantastic run last year. And Smith will also be a contender. 57.41 at 400 in this race with Tom Barrett of Oxford, James Street of Kent, Callum Fricker of Lancaster, Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Luke Haynes of York, Nairobi Smith-Mills of Nottingham, Samuel Holloway of Durham, and O'Loughlin as mentioned. So he is moving through very nicely here. With Nairobi Smith Mills in the green vest, shoulder to shoulder, 1:26.44 at the bell.
And Smith Mills in a very, very good heat.
So these two at the moment on track to make it through to the semi-finals, but fast approaching is Tom Barrett of Oxford and Ali of Leeds Beckett. Oh goodness me, that was close on the line. 1:55.05 of Luffman, just hang on.
1:55.05.
Behind Nairobi Smith Mills.
So that's 1:54.97, 1:55.07, 1:55.05 for the first three heats of the men's 800. We'll move shortly to heat 4.
Amy Taylor at 3:43, I believe now, and does manage to clear terrifically. So that is quite important really, because it allows her to stay in the competition until someone else joins her.
Supporters on the edge of their seats. I failed twice at 3:43 and then just cleared it on third attempt. 3:53 the bar goes up to in the Bollywood. Meanwhile, heat 4. Men's 800, Cardiff Nets, Edward Enser, the 2025 Welsh. He finished first at the Welsh Indoor Championships over 400 this year. Ryan Martin, Sterling in 2. In 3, Oliver Emmett, St Mary's. In 4, Worcester University's Aaron Lomax and Jack Dixon of Loughborough. In 5, Tom Slater. On the outs in 6, James Greenhouse. And Morgan Hartley of Lancaster.
So bar will go up to 3:53 in the pole vault A final. We're expecting Eva Kutnerman, the Estonian athlete, to join at this height, and then 3:63 Holly Jupp will come in, and then Sophie Ashurst, the favourite here, not till 3:83. Meanwhile, in the men's 800 metres, we have Edward Enser of Cardiff Met, Ryan Martin of Stirling, who Angelica Operinde, the club's president, pointed out as someone she was looking forward to watching earlier. Oliver Emmett of St Mary's, Cameron Lomax of Worcester, Tom Slater of Exeter, James Greenhow of Leeds Beckett, Jack Dixon of Loughborough, Morgan Harley of Lancaster. So looking here at Jack Dixon on the outside towards the back of the pack. England outdoor 1500 metre champion last year, personal best of 1:49.43. He was 6th at BUCS outdoors and 5th indoors. But leading the way at this moment, it's Greenhow of Leeds Beckett. 57.93, half second slower than the previous heat.
Jack Dixon,
So Greenhow from Dixon, the top two, then Enser, and also in this lead group is Dixon, the tall figure, really going the long way round here. Emmett of St Mary's in 5th in the blue and white.
He now moves into 3rd place at the bell.
1:27.61 at the bell, so they're now 1.2 seconds slower than the previous heat.
And he's now been overtaken. Of course, Jack Dixon in 2nd.
Ryan Martin of Stirling taking this over brilliantly from Jack Dixon. And then Enser and early leader Greenhow will have to wait and see if they can be one of 6-time qualifiers beyond the top 2 automatic places. 2 more heats remaining.
Marginally the slowest of the 4 heats so far. Following the winners pole vault, now 3 metres 53. In heat 5, it will be Newcastle University's Thurston from 3, who lines up in lane 1. In 2, it will be Luca McDonald, Manchester. In 3, Edinburgh University's Francisco Camacho. In 4, Sheffield University student Harry Wilshaw. In 5 will be Bath University's Basil Rock, the BUCS bronze medalist in Manchester last year. And in 6, Tom Barnett. Winchester's Harry James.
So, mentioned there'll be more athletes entering the pole vault final here. So this is Eva Cutman, I believe, of London South Bank University. Previously they won a gold medal with Yasmin Miller.
Yes, Harry Ware does line up in lane 3.
So Cutman, the Estonian under-23 champion, previously in 2022 the under-20 champion, so progressing through those age groups. She has a personal best set in Loughborough in January of 3:90.
So, heat 5.
Plants the pole, climbs high and astute and over that bar. So very strong entry to the competition, as you would hope. And is over 3:53. Amy Taylor, the only other athlete currently vaulting, as we wait for Holly Jupp and Sophie Ashurst to join. And also means that someone is now over the height at which the B final was won by Charlotte Prince of Sheffield, 3:43. Talking of Sheffield, out front here we can see one of those black and yellow vests, and it's the vest worn by Harry Wilshaw here. Also in this 5th heat of the men's 800 metres we have Thurston Moncrief of Newcastle, Manchester's Luca McDonald, Francisco Camacho of Edinburgh, Basil Rock of Bath, Tom Barnett of Cardiff Met, Harry Ware of Winchester, and Panu Kumchu Junpijan of Birmingham City. Basil Rock right on the shoulder of Harry Wilshaw then.
Harry Wilshaw now in 3rd place. Tall figure Basil Rock in 2nd.
So Basil Rock,
4.
5th ranked in this competition. He was the bronze medalist outdoors last year and now being pushed back into 3rd place. Really good move by Harry Ware of Winchester. Again, another university it doesn't always get a mention. 1:26 1:58. So a second faster than the previous heat at this point. So Bath, Winchester, Sheffield, Basil Rock leading the way from Harry Ware. And then it's Harry Wilshaw. Just the first two going through to those semi-finals automatically. Basil Rock and Harry Ware do make it through. 1:54.79. Tom Barnett was the other athlete who's just run out of a place in the semi-final automatically, but 6-time qualifying spots available. So back to this pole vault A final, and we've already seen Amy Taylor at the previous height. 3:53 this is, so having a little bit of difficulty at this height. She has already cleared 5 different heights. Reasonable longevity in the competition. So that was from just a moment ago. This is her 3rd attempt now.
In 3, representing Bangor University, Martin Sunderland. In 4, from Birmingham University, we have Sam Davey, the reigning Midland outdoor champion over 800. Alongside, representing York University, we have Ben Chalk. Then in 6 will be St Mary's Sam.
So Amy Taylor, this would be a 9 centimetres personal best. Unfortunately, not today. So, Eva Koopman, the Estonian representing London South Bank University, the only athlete that is currently vaulting. Holly Jupp to come in at the next height. And Sophie Ashurst at 3:83. All of these results, all of this information, really good information to have what height athletes are coming in at, is on meets.rosterathletics.com. You can download the app as well. We continue, as you might expect, with the heats of the men's 800 metres. In this we have Samson Lee of Solent, Max Carter of Sheffield, Martin Sunderland of Bangor, Samuel Davey of Birmingham, Ben Chalk of York, unexpected rhyme, and Samuel Marnie of St Mary's. So Marnie to the front in this race, and oh, there's a second page, you know, there's a second page with Jacob Smith. How could I forget? Jacob Smith, then the winner last year indoors, the silver medalist behind Henry Jonas outdoors, who's not here this year. And then Zach Old, I'm sure he's not that old if he's a student, who represents Leeds. And a bit of a jostling for position there with the St Mary's man Marnie and Carter of Sheffield. You can see that 800 metres tends to be one of Sheffield's better events. They've had some really good middle distance performances generally, including in the 1500 metres earlier. Some good qualifications, of course. And that's all you can really do at this stage when there are just heats and semi-finals. Well, now this is really, really close up top, and well, interesting that Marnie has drifted well back, having been a leader what seems like not very long ago. 1:29.04 at the bell, so not that fast, but now making up some speed. Samuel Davey of Birmingham from Jacob Smith of Durham, who's proven himself to be such a brilliant racer, even if he doesn't have the fastest personal best. of all the athletes coming into this competition. Zach Old in third place, Carter in fourth. That's the way it stays. 1:56.62. Oh, goodness me, quite a fall there as they just approach the line. What can sometimes happen, particularly as you focus so much on driving to that line and you haven't so much thought about what's going to happen afterwards when your kind of extended energy expires. So that concludes the heats of the men's 800 metres, with the women's to follow, and we'll have 5 heats of the women's 800 metres. So, semi-finals of the men's 800 metres, by the way, to let you know, are at 3:45, 10 minutes after the women's semi-finals. And the fact there's 10 minutes tells you that there's not going to be many semi-finals. They're expecting to have 2. So, this is Holly Jupp of Loughborough then, personal best of 380 or 388 in fact. Compared to the computer, I should really look at my own research just to double check all the PBs, and she actually did set a PB on the 2nd of February, so a couple of weeks ago, even less. 388 indeed in Loughborough, and she is Swiss. She was 6th at the Swiss Under-23 Championships in the pole vault, but Eva Koopman, of course, as I was saying, won the Estonian Under-23 Championships, although no disrespect to the Estonians, but I think the Swiss would have a higher level. Swiss obviously have won major titles in the pole vault, including the European title with Angelika Moser outdoors last year. Koopman looking very strong though at this stage.
4th at the Swiss Under-20 Championships in 2022.
Bar at 363.
Cardiff Met's Amy Taylor. 3 unsuccessful attempts at 353.
So Holly Jupp goes again, and this time much, much better, and she stays in the competition. And so that means, as Amy Taylor failed at the previous height, we can now say, and Holly Jupp has cleared at least one height, we now know that Koopman and Jupp will be medalists, and Sophie Ashurst doesn't come in for another couple of heights yet, and you'd expect her to be a medalist. So yes, we've all but confirmed who will be on the podium.
The women's 800 heats of June 17:15, so in only 12 minutes time. We have 5 heats of the qualification. The first 2 in each of the heats will qualify automatically.
glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Okay, Holly Jupp with her teammate Sophie Ashurst watching on. And Jupp does make it over. Really strong clearance from her, 373. That's the second clearance that we've seen her do. So second time failure and then first time clearance. Always a sign that an athlete is building into their rhythm.
The top of the steps by photo finish. That's directly opposite the finish line on the oval track. So two nice first time clearances for Ava Cookman to get her championship underway. 364 in 2024, and then the upper memorial, she cleared 390. So a significant improvement for her. $3.83 now.
Cookman. So can she do what Jupp did? And therefore keep pace with the Loughborough student. Indeed she can. Really, really strong vaulting. And you can just see the great technique and how it changes a little as we go up to higher heights compared to the B final. So watching on Holly Jupp, as I said, a finalist in the Swiss Under-23 Championships. She's actually improved from 350, her personal best at the end of the 2023 season, to 388, which is quite a considerable amount. Loughborough often getting double podiums in the pole vaults at BUCS, but well, Koopman now would go ahead of her because of the Estonian's clearance, I would imagine, if I'm following correctly. And we should also be soon to see the first appearance of Sophie Ashurst, who's represented Great Britain at the World and European Under-20 Championships. That's not before we've seen Koopman at 383. So here is Cutman trying to get over 383 and brings the bar down. First time she's done that in a while. Quite a few vaults in quick succession though, of course, because there are just 2 athletes in this. So she's been a spectator for a while, but Sophie Ashurst's personal best of 4:35. Compare the next best athlete, Cutman, 3:90. This should be straightforward for her, and if she clears this, then she's guaranteed a medal. And now she is, so as straightforward as that. Ashurst becomes the new leader at 3:83, the only athlete over at this height. And now we'll see whether Jupp and Cutman can follow suit. Kate Rooney, former British international, and Femi Akinsanya also watching on.
She's been a silver medalist at these indoor championships on no less than 3 occasions, and twice the silver medalist outdoors. This is her year.
Holly Jupp. This is 5 centimetres lower than what she cleared earlier this month in Loughborough for a new personal best. And Jupp rises high, but quite unlucky there. The bar just being brushed off. Looks like she's well capable of it, though.
In 3, Rashid Murad, Newcastle, and Alice Spence, the Birmingham athlete, the 2024 England Under-20 outdoor champion, Commonwealth Youth Games finalist. 4 will be Maddie Casey. 5, Holly Lanlibra. In 6, Loughborough's Ruby Vinson, England Under-20 or 1500 metre champion here last weekend. So that is the line-up for this first of the 5 weeks.
So Cutman, who competed last year at BUCS, she was 5th indoors, and outdoors she was 7th, so considerable improvement on that. But what colour is her medal going to be? So Cutman on the runway. They've just paused before the start of this race. So Cutman on this runway now. At 3:83, climbs nice and high, but similar to Jupp. Bar does fall down, just being prized off there. And straight away, women's 800 metres, first heat. The gun goes. So, just like the men's equivalent, it's going to be the first 2 going through, but on this occasion, it's just 2 time qualifiers across 5 heats. So really do need to be in the top 2. Let's see whether that has any effect on proceedings. We've got Louisa Snape of UCL, Roisin McGrath of Newcastle, Maddie Casey of Bath, who looks to be our early leader here in the blue vest. Then Holly Lemon-Liberal of Plymouth, Loughborough's Ruby Vinton, Orla Gregory of St Mary's, and Alice Bennett representing Birmingham. So this title being won last year by Indian King, and the year before that Molly Hudson, Abigail Ives winning outdoors both years. So none of those athletes look to be here. So some new names we might see. 68.98. Just through on that last lap. Now Casey still at the front. Alice Bennett of Birmingham in the red in second. The reigning England under-20 champion with a personal best of 2:06.94. So she becomes the top-ranked athlete. No Abigail Ives or Sarah Calvert. So be very interesting to see what she's capable of. Again, one of the newer names, like we were saying with Ellie Bushill, but looking really strong for Birmingham. But this is a great battle here. Ruby Vinton in third place, trying to get into the top two. We were saying how important that would be as they come down this home straight now. Birmingham and Bennett. But look at Vinton here. She does get into the top two, ahead of Casey, who will be disappointed with that. 2:14.17. Well, I don't want to be fair of the standard necessarily, because you have to remember at this level, 2:06 is a good time. 2:04 is a great time on occasion, and we don't often see fast races, especially indoors. But 2:14, again, it's difficult to judge, but you'd think that the other heats have a strong chance of being faster. That said, Maddie Casey was close behind our leaders, and that may not be the situation in future heats.
Ava Cookman about to take her third attempt at 3:83. And she should be feeling good with that 3:88 clearance at the beginning of February.
Cookman. Final attempt at 3:83. So this could get her a silver medal and a very small chance of a gold. Bronze is guaranteed, and it will stay at bronze. So still great achievement for her, and improving on 5th place last year up to 3rd, much better position to finish. It's a discussion I remember around the Olympic Games last year. It's funny how we have 3 medals. Can you imagine a situation where, I don't know, someone decided back in the day we'll have gold, silver, bronze and copper as 4 medals, or just gold and silver? I think there was a time, certainly in some competitions, where only the winner got a medal, or only the top 2. You could argue that gold and silver, in terms of the quality of the materials, they are well above bronze. But someone somewhere decided on 3 medals rather than a different number. Now this then is heat number 2. Again, top 2 going through automatically 2-time qualifiers. Caitlin Bowden of Newcastle, Jess Norkett of Loughborough, Beth Hunter of Bath, Poppy Elton leads Beckett, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, Bristol's Olivia Annett, and Eliza Hayden of Durham. So, Jess Norkett leading just in these early stages. Norkit, who was 8th last year, she was just unlucky really, run out of things a little bit. 2:08.80 at best. And again, you could get the sort of situation, as we so often do in these finals, where someone with a personal best like 2:08.210, the slower speed of the race makes it kind of neutralise and brings people with those types of 2:10, 2:08 personal best into play. Whereas if it was a faster race, although we haven't had that many fast races over the years, then it might be different. So Norkit leading here ahead of Elton, and then in 3rd place it's Buckley of Oxford ahead of Beth Hunter of Bath. And Charlotte Buckley, so she is the athlete seated top in this heat. She got a fantastic silver medal last year behind Indian King. Seem to remember there were 2 Oxford athletes in the final, and it was a really strong performance, standout performance from them. And Charlotte Buckley looking very confident. Look at that, strolling her way through 1:40.38 at the bell. Norkit just drifting back into 3rd place. I'm not sure whether that gap is one that is possible to maintain and come past, given what's left of the race. So Buckley and Elton. They are the 2 that go through. And 2:13.82. So some 3.5 tenths faster than the first heat. Finishing there was the Newcastle athlete Caitlin Bowden. Sophie Ashurst at 3:93. Oh, brings the bar down. But again, I've sometimes seen that at the earlier heights. She's coming in reasonably late. 4:35 personal best, but still would know that it would be a fairly short competition given the size of the field. 2:13.81. Yeah, sorry to see that. Jess Norkit, she went out really well at the start of the race and was unfortunate there. But of course, one of the difficult things especially is the lower fields in the 800 metres indoors, because whereas something like the 60 you still get full complement of 8 lanes, and an event like the 800 metres, which is so unpredictable, to have such small final does make it tough. And so many athletes will have situations where they ran a really good heat and maybe were 3rd in the semi-final and were so unlucky not to make it through, and often the results forget that. They forget the athletes who were 3rd in their semi-finals and impressed in the early stages, and they only remember the athletes who made the final or got on the podium. Well, Charlotte Wormley is the top-ranked athlete here, St Mary's student, English Schools bronze medalist from 2023. She has a personal best of 2:07.95, also in this race. Our Olivia Scott of Manchester, Bella Marshall of Sheffield, really big variance in personal best here, right the way from 2:07 to 2:48. We've got Sophie McElroy of Nottingham, Kate Bain of Exeter, Erin Taylor-Benson of Solent, Birmingham's Kira Elizabeth Devereaux, and Charlotte Wormley of St Mary's. So another Birmingham vest at the front, and it's Kira Devereaux here. So yes, already seen Alice Bennett go through very strongly. Devereaux leading from Kate Bain of Exeter. Devereaux, who has a personal best of 2:10.28. She was third at the Welsh Championships in Cardiff, but that was over 400 metres, incidentally. Quite interesting to see how that might play out. Southwest School Championships silver medalist last year. So she leads still from Bain, and then Wormley in third place, 2:07.95 her best. Crowd starting to pick up the noise. McElroy in fourth.
And at the bell, 1:41.93.
1:41.9, 1.5 seconds slower than the previous heat at the bell. So maybe making it difficult for anyone beyond the top two to qualify here. Really good move this from Kate Bain around the outside, and Devereaux just has to try and stay focused and put the power down once again. And look at this move from McIlroy, and are they both going to come past? I thought for a moment they would. Our leader, Kate Bain, had done so well to get in front, and they were closing on her fast. 2:16, the winning time. Well, I thought it was just a bit difficult to judge whether 2:14 from the opening heat, whether that was going to be a slow time or kind of middle of the road, and actually it might not end up being too bad. There we go, it's a 2:15 and change, 2:15.99, 2:16 and change. So ultimately Kate Bain going through there as the heat winner. Let's have a look at Sophie Ashurst. We saw her miss at 3:93, but this time much better, and to be honest that's exactly what we thought she would do, recover straight away. Ava Cutman, 3 failures at 3:83, which Holly Jupp cleared, so is guaranteed silver, but hasn't cleared at this height. So the fact that Sophie Ashurst has mean that the medal order is now also decided, unless Holly Jupp can clear here, but even then she has 4 failures compared to 1 for Ashurst, and it would take something monumental now to stop Ashurst. So Jupp going here, unable to execute. Okay, so you know the kind of 1% chance that we had of a bit of a shake-up in the medal order from this point a couple of seconds ago is now rubber stamped. Holly Jupp is the silver medalist, best of 3:83. Eva Cutman is the bronze medalist, 3:73. Ashurst wins the title, but we don't know which height she will climb highest to. Not bad for Ashurst, because even though, yes, this title was expected for her, Jade Spencer-Smith won gold indoors and out last year and isn't here, so a chance for Ashurst to get her name on a BUCS title. Heat number 4 with Alice Jones of Manchester Met, Lucy Baker of Edge Hill, Hannah Cochran of Queen's, Annabel Hedge of Oxford, Olivia Clark of Stirling, Darcy Bass, Cardiff Met, and Rachel Sander of Bangor.
Oxford leads with the first 200.
So Annabelle Hedge in the black vest, or navy vest I should say really, of Oxford. 1007 she's wearing that vest. Personal best of 2:10.50. One of the better athletes in this, along with Olivia Clark. Clark, the 2023 Scottish Under-20 indoor champion over both this distance and 1500 metres, and a personal best of 2:08.85, 69.5. They're through 400 metres. So tell you what, we were wondering about Maddie Casey from the first heat. She still has a good chance here, you know. Just going to have a look though how things are generally shaping up in terms of those time qualifying spots, because we can track it. The results are coming through fairly quickly, which is always good to see. So at the moment, Maddie Casey and Jess Norkett have done enough to qualify. 2:16 flat is the target time for the qualifying spots. And you can see there's a breakaway of 3 here, so let's have a look. Annabelle Hedge, still of Oxford. Lucy Baker, then of Edge Hill in second place. And then Darcy Bass of Cardiff Met in third. 2:16.95. So it remains the case that Casey and Norkett are in the non-automatic qualifying spots. So fastest heat so far was second one won by Charlotte Buckley, then first one won by Alice Bennett, and since then the times have dropped off.
So this race, Tom University of Jody Marty will be in lane 1, and Annabelle Clara will be in 2. Sorry, that's in the next race, I do apologise.
Well, Sophie Ashurst now clear in the gold medal position. I believe she's gone up to the next height of 4:03. 4:15 is her season's best. So she might attempt to eclipse that after she's done this. Let's see, plants the pole, climbs high, but not high enough.
Right, so back to this race. Jody Martin, Hull University in 1, Annabelle Itter, Durham University in 2, in 3 from Nottingham University, Neve Keelan, in 4 from LSE, Emily Davies, in 5 Sophia Villa, Sterling, and in 6 Sheffield's Sophie Smith.
Final heat of the women's 800 metres with Niamh Keohane of Nottingham, or Kean. Again, you know, if I pronounce any names wrong, do let me know. Emily Davis of LSE, Sophia Vidak of Stirling, who, as we are hearing earlier, she has moved up to the 800 metres after success in some of the shorter distances. Sophie Smith of Sheffield, Jodie Martin of Hull, and Annabelle Ita of Durham. So this one could be pretty close, actually. Just looking on times, Sophia Vidak with a personal best of 2:06.81 at the Emirates Arena this month. She's actually not done too many 800 metres, as I was saying, but she's gone from 2:12 last year to 2:08 in January to 2:06 in February, which is fantastic. She was prolific at Scottish under-20 level, winning a lot of titles there. But again, slower than 77 seconds through 400 metres. 67, sorry, excuse me. So, still, Maddie Casey and Jess Norkett will be hoping that their times will be good enough to qualify. 2:16, the target time. Jodie Martin of Hull coming through the bell. 1:41.84, so that's kind of a little bit more representative. It's about the same time as the 30, which was finished in 2:15.99. It's going to be very close here. So Martin, personal best 2:06.36, fourth ranked overall in terms of all the athletes coming into this, and Vidak ranked behind her in sixth, but is an athlete ever improving, it seems. So she comes through. Oh, it's going to be so close, you know. I think that athlete coming through third, there's going to be very little in it. Annabelle Ita of Durham. So 2:15.06. It's the third fastest heat out of the 5. Still Charlotte Buckley fastest 2:13.8, and then 2:14.1 for Alice Bennett. Just waiting for that result to come through now. Sophie Asher, so what's she going to go for here? So still at 4:03. Has to clear 4:03 before she does anything else here, Ashurst. And she does do it. So now a chance maybe to attempt a season's best. That would be 4:16.
So men's 60 semi-final one. Qualification to the final, only the winner, plus the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. In lane 1, from Glasgow Caledonian University, Scottish student, silver medalist a few weeks ago, Jamie Stevenson. From Portsmouth University in 2, Zach Clark Green. In 3, representing Warwick University, we have Malachi Amadi. Then in 4, from Birmingham University, Freddie Parker. In 5, the Wolverhampton University student, Jack Forrest. In 6, representing Brunel University, the under-23 and Southern Senior 100 metre silver medalist last year, Tivon Innes. In 7, from Glasgow University, Scottish students 100 metre bronze medalist last year, Sonny Campbell.
So here is where we really have to pay attention, because in these men's 60 metre semi-finals, the temperature will rise and the competition will get quite a bit tougher compared to when we had 13 heats this morning. We'll have 4 semi-finals of the men's 60 metres, and just the winner will go through to the final later on, of course, and there'll be 4-time qualifiers across the 4 semis. So in this first semi-final, Jamie Stevenson, Glasgow Caledonian, Zach Clark-Green of Portsmouth, Malachi Amadi of Warwick, Freddie Arkle of Birmingham, and he was actually the fastest qualifier with 6:80, but certainly ran a strong race and others eased up across the line. Jack Forrest of Wolverhampton, Tyvon Innes of Brunel, Sonny Campbell of Glasgow, and Alex Bramble then of Middlesex. So first of 4 semi-finals here. So big roar to get the athletes underway here, and going through well through the centre. Arkle of Birmingham, 6:78. Well, again, trying to run the race of his life to guarantee progression through to that final, and looks to have run a personal best. Previous PB was 6:80 in Lee Valley less than a month ago. It was 6:93 before this year, so 1.5 tenths it looks like he's improved by. Ashurst has gone up to 4:23. Championship record 4:65, Holly Bradshaw 2020. But interesting that she's gone up another 20 centimetres, and possibly using a longer pole as well. Just has to now adjust.
Representing Brunel will be Harden and C. In 4, from Sheffield Hallam will be this year's Northern bronze medalist of 5 here last year, Corey Neal Richards. In 5, representing Swansea University, Eniola Adeoton. In 6.
So second semi-final of this men's 60, with Adam Oliver of Edge Hill, Benedict Chukwueze of Warwick, Hagan Mzee of Brunel, Corey Nealon Richards of Sheffield Hallam, who is ranked 2nd overall, Eniola Adeoton of Swansea, Joel Brown King of Newcastle, Mohammed Salim of Derby, and Ethan Craven of Swansea.
In lane 7, from Derby AC, Mohammed Salim.
So, Nealon Richards, Northern Indoor bronze medalist, and 1 place lower than he was last year across both 60 and 200. PB of 6:78. 6:86 earlier. 2 athletes actually ran 6:86, and they were separated by 8 thousandths of a second. And Ashley Avis was the 3rd fastest athlete, with a decent personal best for him, and he'll go in the 3rd semi-final. So that's the way it's worked out. So as a result, Lorenzo Paisan, who's the big favourite here, he's in the 4th semi-final, because he was actually looks like the 5th fastest qualifier coming into this through the heats. So he's in a reasonably tough semi-final, but I think quite confident that he would still make it through. There was a clear winner with Freddie Arkle in the first semi. Oliver, Chukwueze, Mzee, Nealon Richards, Adeoton, Brown King, Salim and Craven. know who the semi-finalists will be. Sorry, who the finalists will be in the 60 hurdles. We've already seen the 60 ambulant men's final as well. Won by Tom Young from Cameron Thors and Joel Mattox. 6:40 is the time for the men's 60 hurdles final. Looking forward to that. Just under an hour's time. And then the 60 finals also coming your way this evening, of course. Oliver Chukwueze, Mzee, Neelan Richards, the big athlete to watch out for, Adedotun, Brown King, Salim and Craven. DNS, by the way, oh gosh, from lane 4 and Corey Neelan Richards. So the athlete that was second fastest qualifier is out. So gives an opportunity for the likes of Adedotun to come through. Looked like a narrow victory for him, but Chukwueze was very close behind, as was Brown King of Newcastle. 6:92.
I think the only competitor left in the pole vault is Sophie Ashurst. She has the bar at 4 metres 23.
So 6:91 been given to Adedotun, as we thought. Be interesting to see whether Chukwueze was faster than anyone in the top few places of the first semi-final. So 6:91 for Forrest for second place in the first semi-final. So at the moment Forrest put himself in a good spot. Next best in the first semi-final, and third was Tyvon in his 6:94. So we'll tide it all that up when the second result comes through. So you can see all these results on the Roster Athletics website and app, of course. Now, Joel Brown King has come up as 6:93, so that means at the moment Jack Forrest is still the fastest of the non-automatic would-be qualifiers, or the fastest of those outside the winner, which is all important here. Benedict Chukwueze also ran 6:93. They're separated by 4 thousandths of a second. And then Tyvon Innes is the other man still in contention for a place in the final. Others are all out, including Hagen Mzee on 6:98.
Next in line, he is 6.84 and 22, 6.86 this season, so he's in good form. In 5 will be Sheffield Allen, Mr. Joshan Venkatasamy, the winner of the Steel Cup, so the previous this year is 6.81.
Sophie Ashurst at 4:23, second attempt, but this is quite a jump in height, and bring the bar down at the second time of asking, or third time of asking now. So as we cut back here, she has had one go in between, and you can see track side, field side, it's showing as third attempt. So gold medal for Sophie Ashurst of Loughborough, and as we so often see, a Loughborough double podium in the women's pole vault.
So the women's pole vault competition concluded.
Semi-final number 3 features Nathan Gavahan of Leeds Beckett, Rory Voss of Stirling, Alvin King Tin Liu of Loughborough, another heat winner earlier, Muslim Habib of Birmingham, Joshan Venkatasamy, the Mauritius international, Sheffield Hallam, Ashley Avis, the fastest of these earlier, Tom Pritchard of Leeds, and Ayub Zahid of City St George's. Another very even getaway, and Tin Liu of Loughborough just about coming away with it, but then you could see a great finish again by Ashley Avis in 6.87.
Semi-final 1, Freddie Arkle confirmed as the winner, 6.76. Jack Forrest clock 6.91. In semi-final 2.
So, waiting for that third semi-final result to come up, and we already know that Freddie Arkle remains the fastest. It's actually been given officially as 6.76, and this has been given to Venkatasamy of Sheffield Hallam, 6.86. Be interested to see that semi-final again, but was very close between the top 3 athletes in this, and that ought to bode really well for those behind, because there's only one semi-final to go, and 6.94 was the target time for those outside first place. So there's a decent chance that Avis and Tin Liu were also faster than 6.94.
Should be 8 athletes out there, and there are 7.
Semi-final number 4, as we still wait for that previous result, features Jonathan Asiwe of Leeds, Moy Odeniran of King's College, Cardiff Met's Will Hawker, Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough, the favourite here, Uzo Herbert of East London, who their hopes are pinned on, Kunle Ojasipe of Hertfordshire, Isaac Marsh of Sheffield, and Nathan Alford of Teesside.
In lane 1 for Leeds, Jonathan Seaway. In 2 for King's College, Moyin Oluma of the Niran. In 3 from Cardiff Met, Will Hawker. In 4, former European under 2100 metre champion Lorenzo Paisan, Loughborough. In 5, East London's Uzo Herbert. In 6, Kunle Ojasipe, Hertfordshire.
So result has come through. Ashley, well, that's very interesting, because initially we thought Venkatasamy, but been given to Ashley Avis, 6.86. I thought finished well late on, and then 6.88. 2 athletes on that time: Alvin King Tin Liu of Loughborough, Muslim Habib of Birmingham, Josh and Venkatasamy. So they are all on track to qualify, even though 6.91 of Venkatasamy is the same time as Forrest, so it must be separated by thousandths of a second. So 6.91 remains the target time for anyone outside the top spot. Asiwe, Odeniran, Hawker, Paisan, Herbert, Ojasipe, Marsh and Alford. Should be a fairly tight semi-final, this one. DNS in lane 2, I noticed as well, from Odeniran. Clear movement there from Uzo Herbert. Oh, it's a real shame to see. And was clear. I was saying with Angelica Operinde earlier that athletes sometimes try to anticipate the gun. The 60 is very unforgiving and the start is so important. You make a mistake, you pay for it. Ruzo Herbert, really frustrated for him. I wonder whether East London will have a relay team, because I know that they don't have the strength and depth they may be used to in the past, but yeah, he'll be really frustrated by that, as you can see visibly. So just 6 athletes then. Maximum of 5 spots, but that's unlikely, of course. We have, in effect, lost 2 of the faster athletes in this, or at least 2 of the 6 who are sub 7 seconds on PBs. This time much better. Coming away nicely here, Lorenzo Paisan, but it is really neck and neck with Will Hawker. Gosh, tough one to call that. 6.84. Photo finish. We'll be having a look at that. Hawker maybe just got that. Well, Lorenzo Paisan was fast in the heats, but not quite as fast as the likes of Freddie Arkle. In any case, his time will be fast enough to make it through to the final, because 6.91 was the target time.
Please acknowledge our medalists. The bronze medalist representing London South Bank is Eva Kootman.
So that result will come through shortly. Let's have another look here. So Paisan and Hawker alongside one another. Hawker gets the better start. Paisan thinks he's going to come past. Oh, goodness me. It is extremely close. Hesitant to call that without a freeze frame, really. So, in any case, looks very much as though they're both through to the final. The winning time was 6.84. That's great. Well, he's through to the final at least. That's what he knows. 6.91 was the target time. 6.84 was the winning time. So pole vault medalists here: Sophie Ashurst, Holly Jubb, Eva Kootman. 403, 383 and 373 respectively.
From HSU, the BUCS Indoor 200-metre champion last year, the 60-metre bronze medalist, Brooke Ironside. In 4, representing Aberdeen University, we have Charlotte Levin.
So, very quickly we get on with the women's 60-metre semi-finalists. By the way, Lorenzo Paisan 6.83, same time as Hawker, but Hawker 0.02 of a second in front. They're both through. They're the only athletes through from that semi-final, as you might have thought. So we know everyone that will be part of that final. Remind you of who's going through in a moment's time, but we need to focus on this women's race now. And Molly Palmer, surprisingly, that 7.37 best that we saw for an athlete traditionally known as a long jumper in that first heat. Really impressive, and it's had an effect on the seeding again. And it means that Joy Eze and Leonie Ashmead are together in the same semi-final. Top 2 going through automatically, 2-time qualifiers across the 3 semis. So Zoe Dake, Akela Lovan, Brooke Ironside, Charlotte Bevan, Molly Palmer, Karen Mayindu, Ninsola Adewale and Chloe Ramsey. So competition gets tougher, but Molly Palmer so strong again. Super impressive, 7.34 there. Well, this is fantastic. 2 personal bests now for Molly Palmer in this competition. She has a chance of a medal, you would have thought. Well, her personal best coming into this competition was 7:38, and that was in December at the Loughborough Open. But her medals in BUCS to this point have both been in the long jump, a silver and a gold, across the last couple of years. And yes, indeed, part of the Great Britain team at the World Under-20 Championships in 2022. And looks like a limping off there, 185, which is a Kayla Loban. So I said I'd remind you of who was through to the men's 60 final. I nearly said 100 there, but we have Arkle, Hawker, Payson, Avis, Tinliu, Habib, Forrest Adidotin, Venkatasamy. Replay of this. It was very close for second place, and the two fighting over second were Karen Mayindu and Brooke Ironside. I think Mayindu just got that second automatic spot. Gosh, breathless stuff now. This is what Sunday will be like. So just the two non-automatic qualifiers, but a little bit easier when you can be in the top two in each race. Mayindu is given second place. It was actually quite a big gap between them in the end. 7:50 the time of Ironside, and 7:66 the time of fourth place Charlotte Bevan, so quite a big gap there to slot into. Earlier we saw some very close 800 metre racing, and Maddie Casey just missed out on a place in the top two of the 800, but she did make it through as a time qualifier from the first heat, and Jess Norker, who was run out of things and was in tears at the end, did make it through as a time qualifier, just to wrap all that up from the women's 800. Second semi-final of the 60 metres with Estelle Roots of Cardiff Met's Kirsty Tregler, Jennifer Aduwu of South Bank, watch out for her. But Alison Bell, the standout here of Edinburgh, Shona Vincent of Portsmouth, another heat winner earlier, Sulan Folarunso of Northumbria, Christabel Amponsa of Kent, and Gabriella Barclay Agipong of Oxford. Athletes just being held there. Aduwu rose initially. So nice getaway from pretty much everyone. Alison Bell from Aduwu as predicted. And then Folarunso and Vincent battling over third and fourth. 7:38, still not as fast as Molly Palmer. Surely we're not going to see a long jump specialist claim gold here ahead of someone like Alison Bell. Or having said that though, Bell's personal best, 7:33. And she's one of the taller athletes, probably more of a 100 specialist. So you'd have to say that Molly Palmer is right there in contention. It's just Joy Eze, maybe a class above and more of a 60 specialist. But it'll be very interesting to see if she does do really well here. Molly Palmer's progression outdoors in the 100 metres as well. Alison Bell, though, from Aduwu was the expected order here. So 7:66 the target time for non-automatic qualification. And we'll see what can be achieved.
And then in lane 4, 2023 BUCS 60 metre champion, Lorraine BUCS 100 metre champion, and European under 20 100 metre gold medalist Joy Eze. In 5 from the University of Highlands and Islands, Lois Garland.
So now we see the third semi-final with Christina Poulsen of Swansea, Evie Rennick of Strathclyde, Scarlett Thomas-Wright of Birmingham, Joy Eze of Newcastle, of course the champion 2 years ago here indoors. Didn't compete, I seem to remember, indoors last year, but won outdoors. European under-20 champion. Lois Garland, University of Highlands and Islands. Garland herself getting a medal outdoors in the 200, maybe her stronger event. Leonie Ashmead, again preference for the 100 and possibly the 62, but gosh, is she there? Leonie Ashmead, yes she is. Got a fright there for a moment, but Angelica Operinde did say she's one of the more relaxed athletes and just getting into her position a little later. Ashmead is a 3 times BUCS medalist. Eze has 2 BUCS medals but 2 titles. Ashmead the outdoor winner in 2023 in Sports City. Now in the colours of Loughborough, having represented Sheffield Hallam in the past. Teammate, Sheffield Hallam athlete. Bronwyn Mooney in 8th. In between the two of them, Kingsa Kudzia of Cardiff Met. So all athletes, all 8 of them appear to be there on the start line. Top 2 going through automatically to the final. The likes of Palmer and Bell already there. So, Joy Eze, terrific start as always. Ashmead following her through. Clear as day this one. 7:24. That is a fantastic time for Joy Eze. So a big personal best there. And if official, that would be a championship record in a semi-final. (7:25) the official time, and yes, Molly Palmer had set the personal best, but Joy Eze gave everything for that. Now, she'd already run 7:33 this year in Glasgow this month. So massive for Joy Eze, and even beating someone like Leonie Ashmead by that margin really makes her a huge favourite for the gold, and kind of psychologically makes a big difference.
I've had the official time for Joy Eze, 7.25, a championship record. Give it up for Joy Eze.
So a wonderful championship record for Joy Eze. Of course, she won gold last year, and Etienne Morn also winning another gold for Newcastle University. Not too often we say that, but terrific achievements there. So that whets the appetite for what's still to come.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was gonna go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Raging, the blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it, reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend. Outsider with a rebel yell, push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself, fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. For this, I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this.
So we come next to the final of the women's 60-metre hurdles. We will wait till final preparations are complete and then take you through the line-up. We have 5 minutes to the start. So to the final round of the men's triple jump qualifying, Henry Clarkson through automatically to the long field just outside of 14.47. He'll go through to the final. I think Daniel Ackland will have day 1:40.32 as well. But we do still have the third round to complete. We'll wait for this triple jump, and then we will take you through the lineup for this women's 60-metre hurdles final. In lane 1, representing the Sheffield Hallam, the reigning Northern Under-20 champion, Rosie Hickley. In lane 2, representing Birmingham University, she has reached her third BUCS 60-metre hurdles final, Danny Hales. In lane 3, from Loughborough University, junior under 23 and senior international. She finished 9th at the World Indoor Combined Events last year. The defending champion, Abby Paulett. In lane 4, the England international, the reigning BUCS 100-metre hurdles champion, Etienne Moore. In lane 5, representing Loughborough.
So a bit of a break in action, but now the finals resume, and starting with the women's 60-metre hurdles. Well, Abigail Paulett setting the championship record here last year. Indoors, 8:17 the time she ran, and really helped set up her season nicely. And of course, she's a heptathlete by trade. Etienne Morn won the title outdoors last year. Marley Jessup, a previous winner of this title, not here, now graduated, so makes it really interesting as we look at Rosie Hickling in lane 1, Sheffield Hallam, Danny Hales of Birmingham, another with a good chance of a medal, the Birmingham athlete, Abigail Paulett, defending champion of Loughborough, Etienne Morn, outdoor champion Newcastle, Yasmin Awakwe, also of Loughborough, another finalist in the past, Grace Morgan, 4th on previous occasion. Can she do better here for Cardiff? McGee of Bath and Camilla Strathclyde. So now away, great roar from the crowd, and you can see that Paulett away and clear. Morgan going well, Bill fight over second place, but Paulett is the champion once again, and look at that, 8:13 on the clock. It's a championship record once again for Abigail Paulett, and she has broken it in successive years. So, waiting for that time to be confirmed officially. Well, 8:11, even faster. That is absolutely tremendous. So it puts her equal 14th on the British all-time list and equals the Welsh record as well, which has been held, I believe, by Sam Farquharson since 1994. Powers over those hurdles, a huge margin of victory for a sprint hurdles race, and by someone who is a heptathlete by trade. Well, that will surely prove to be one of the moments of these championships, and we've only had a few titles that have been sealed so far. Paulett defends her title and resets her own championship record. Emily Newnham did that last year for Loughborough with 2 successive title wins and championship records. So absolutely phenomenal achievement. And don't forget, last year as well, she won the shot put title outdoors and shot put silver indoors, ran Jess Hopkins very, very close indoors, and that was a really strong competition. To get 2 medals, impressive. I'm just looking, I don't think she's entered the shot put though this year. Well, that would give a boost to the Loughborough team as well. Ashurst and Young getting gold medals for them once again.
Hurdles being reset for the men's 60-metre hurdles final. That's due at 18:40. Screen showing 18:30. So 10 minutes, after which we have a run-off for the men's 60 metres flat.
So confirmed, by the way, that big battle over the silver medal. Etienne Morn getting herself another BUCS medal, 8:39 for her. And then Yasmin Owakwe of Loughborough, 8:44. So Grace Morgan just outside of the medals, unfortunately. So is Danny Hales.
So the men out for this 60-metre hurdles final. All 8 athletes out on the track. Once again, we will wait till they have completed their final preparations and then take you through the lineup. Because we do have 7 or 8 minutes to the start.
So next, the men's 60-metre hurdles final, and Daniel Goriola aiming for 3 BUCS titles. And he'll go from lane 5. On the inside we'll have Henry Curtis of Sheffield Hallam, Toby Watson then of Birmingham, and Watson, the England 400-metre hurdles silver medalist. Curtis, who improved his PB here last year in the heats, now 8:26. Watson has the same personal best sit here last month in January, but he's new to 60 hurdling this year. And then in 3rd place, Adam Houle, the versatile athlete and former winner of the indoor long jump title last year. So remains the reigning champion for now. 7:93 his best. BUCS pole vault bronze medalist indoors, again reigning bronze medalist there, and reigning outdoor hurdles bronze medalist. Ruben Hedman alongside, looked impressive earlier. He was a 2nd at the England Championships last year outdoors. Then Goriola, who has also been to European Under-18 and World Under-20 Championships, making the semi-finals of both. Callum Holder, 3 times. He has finished 5th at BUCS, so would like to be higher and has a good chance of doing so this time. 2023 indoors and out and 2024 outdoors finished in that spot. Morgan Williams, Northern Indoor Champion over this event, 8:14 at best. And then Ben Ince, who was 4th at the England Championships last year with a personal best of 8:22. Coming into this. So it was just heats earlier, incidentally, and the only person to improve on their personal best by the looks of things was Morgan Williams, improved from 8:14 to 8:13. That previous mark had only been recently at the Welsh Indoors in Cardiff, but his personal best from last year was 8:32. But as I was saying earlier, from that 8:13 of Williams, even though he's improved, you've got 0.2 of a second up to the likes of Hedman, Houle and Holder, all the H's, Triple H. And then Goriola is 0.2 faster than that. So what you would expect to see, and this isn't necessarily what's going to happen by any means, but Goriola would be favourite ahead of Hedman, Houle and Holder, who'll fight over the other medals. But let's see how it actually pans out then.
The 2025 World Champion, Morgan Williams, and in 8th, representing Martha BUCS, 110 metre hurdles finalist last year, Ben Ince, the 5 of the men's 60 metre hurdles.
So Daniel Goriola, 7:74, his personal best. 7:72, I should say. Set here last year. 7:57, the championship record. So Curtis, Watson, Houle, Hedman, Goriola, Holder, Williams and Ince in this final. Watch out for the man in green from lane 5. So huge roar from the crowd to get them underway. Goriola going nicely, chased by Hedman, but Goriola comes through and he has another BUCS title, and he is unstoppable for Nottingham in green and gold. Goriola. So another athlete retaining their title, not quite as fast this time around, 7:83. That doesn't matter, came through unscathed through 3 rounds. Sometimes that is the hardest thing to do. So having another look here at this victory for Goriola, and you can see Houle and Hedman working hard just behind. That's a good angle there. Very, very close between those two, and the official result has come through. Hedman just ahead of Hull, as I thought. 7.81 for Gorioli officially. Hedman 7.94, Hull 7.95, and then also, as we thought, a big gap to Morgan Williams 8.20, but Callum Holder was further back than expected, 8.25. Well, we have an addition to the schedule, which is a rerun between two 60-metre men. More on that in a moment. This is the results. The 60 hurdles: Goriola, Hedman and Hull, Nottingham St Mary's, Heriot Watt. So in those 60 semi-finals, on the Roster Athletics website and app, Jack Forrest and Joshan Venkatasamy are both showing as qualified, but in fact 9 athletes are showing as qualified, and there are only 8 lanes. So that Q mark that's come up is very confusing, because in actual fact it's wrong. And Venkatasamy and Forrest 7.91.908, and actually 3 athletes have run 6.91.908. Fortunately, one of them qualified by right in their semi-final, but Forrest and Venkatasamy, the situation would be that if there are 9 lanes, then they'd have 9 in the final. If there aren't, then, well, we sometimes see the drawing of lots, as we saw, I think in Belgrade 2022 World Indoors it was, for David King of Great Britain, made it through to the final. But we're going to have a run-off here, which is tricky for these athletes, because the final is coming up, of course, expected to be quite soon in, well, 7:05. So 25 minutes. Maybe they'll put it behind the women's final as a result. Paul at Morn Owakwi waiting for their medals, but Venkatasamy waiting for his race alongside Forrest. So the unusual situation of a runoff. So sometimes we see one athlete under protest for a target time or something like that, but this is a pure head-to-head as we understand it. Venkatasamy, Sheffield Hallam, and Forrest of Wolverhampton. So very even at this point. Venkatasamy just about shading things, and that's the way it stands. 6.85. So running faster there, trying to give it everything. Of course, it's going to be difficult for him to now contend in the final, but he's got to head off. And only 3 athletes have run faster than 6.85 in the semi-finals in total, adding in this extra one to the 4 that were run earlier.
The silver medalist representing Newcastle University, Etienne Moore.
So Owakwi 8.44, and then Morn 8.39, and then
And the BUCS champion,
in front of bronze and silver,
from Loughborough University, Abigail Paulett.
8.11 championship record. Abigail Paulett defends her title brilliantly.
Well, after that run-off, the ambulant men's final was earlier on. The next track event was the ambulant women's 60-metre final.
registration, please. Henry Curtis, Toby Watson, Adam Hall. Thank you.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, she getting up out the water, baby is beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in a fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 Take these beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things. outsider with a rebel yell. Push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself. Fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 I was born for this.
He is going early, but the comp director has said that he can go. They're out there. Have they completed their final preparations? I think they have. The start team is moving into position. So we will all systems go. The line for this women's ambulant 60 metres. In lane 2, representing Durham University.
So 60-metre finals coming your way to conclude this session.
Representing Loughborough, England.
And these are the athletes involved in the women's 60-metre ambulant final. Charlotte Crowson of Durham, personal best at the Steel Cup here earlier this month of 10:42. T64 athlete. Rebecca Scott, one of 4 from Loughborough in this, part of the Paralympic Futures programme. 8:49 her personal best. Kitty Branch of Loughborough alongside her in the middle between the two teammates. 8:70 her PB, the T44 athlete. And then India Oates here wearing 3:57 in the middle of picture. She's represented GB at the World Juniors previously and has taken part in the 60, the 100, 200 and shot put at BUCS in the past, personal best of 10:11. Then Mally Down alongside one of the first group of athletes to ever take part in para events at the Commonwealth Youth Games, and winning the 100 metres and the long jump, then going on to the Paralympic Games last year. 8:22 at best. She's a guest in this in the GB vest. And Freya Howgate of Loughborough, 10:21 personal best of the T37 athletes. So issue there was for Kitty Branch, and athletes will be recalled. You can see athlete have the option of whether to use blocks or not. Branch has blocks set up in her lane, but opting not to use them there. So the athletes will reset themselves. They'll be ready to go shortly. So Maddie Down with the fastest PB here. So this time they do get underway. Maddie Down going through very strongly here. Rebecca Scott in second place. Branch in third. But Down first across the line, 8:21. So looking like a personal best for the 17-year-old. Yeah, still 17 years of age. 8:19 officially. Down personal best was actually last month previously. So she's now taken 0.5 of a second off her PB this year, in fact. Well, it's often said if you wear a GB vest, then you want to be making sure that you do well from it, and coming first across the line there. So just like the men's ambulance 60, that will be calculated on RASA point scores by virtue of the different classifications of the para athletes. So down from Scott and Branch, quite clear there positionally across the line, and then Oates and Crowson and Hogate. But points picked up by, including India Oates and Freya Hogate, have often done the shot put and discus together as well in a small field of athletes, so the points picked up there important for Loughborough. So now it's the matter of the two 60-metre finals coming your way. And despite that runoff, we understand that it will still be the men's 60-metre final coming up first. At least that's what is expected. And therefore, we have just over a 5-minute break until then.
This final of the men's 60 metres is due at 19:05. I think we're going to go around about 19:02, 03. Let's go to the lineup for this men's 60-metre final. In lane 1, representing Birmingham University, Muslim Habib. In lane 2, representing Loughborough, a former European under-20 100-metre champion, Lorenzo Paisan. In lane 3, from South Gloucestershire, Stroud College, Ashley Davis. In lane 4, representing Cardiff Met, 2023 Welsh under-20 100-metre champion, William Hawker. In lane 5, he set the PB in both his heat and semi-final, representing Birmingham University, Freddie Arkle. In lane 6, representing Swansea University, Eniola Adeoton. In 7.
So the athletes out then for the men's 60-metre final, and there are some new names in this. We suggested that behind Lorenzo Paisan it could be wide open, but then we saw what happened with the seeding in that heats to semi-final, and Paisan wasn't the fastest runner. That gong went to Freddie Arkle of Birmingham, who continued to be fast in that semi-final. So Muslim Habib, the first of the Birmingham athletes, in lane 1. Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough, former European under-20 medalist. In 2, Ashley Avis. Now he was a semi-final winner, really impressive finisher to his 60 metres. Don't often say that. We often point out the athletes that are quick from the start. Hawker of Cardiff Met, Arkle of Birmingham, Adeoton of Swansea, and Tin Liu of Loughborough, and Venkateswamy of Sheffield Hallam, who was just victorious in that runoff. So surely he won't have as much energy as the others in this 60 final. And there was a bit of movement there. I wonder whether it's from Venkateswamy. Well, to be honest, to have any chance of getting anything out of this race, he has to have a perfect race. There was some movement in the blocks before him, before he then looked to sort of jump the start, but we'll see what the officials say. So green card. So this now becomes quite a difficult race to call. Paisan 6.72 at best, but Arkle has been the big improver at these championships. Habib, Paisan, Avis, Hawker, Arkle, Adeoton, Tin Liu and Venkateswamy in this men's 60-metre final. So pretty even at this point. Tin Liu going well, as is Hawker. Paisan just showing it, Tin Liu coming through quickly there with Avis, who again was a fast finisher, and it comes down to a photo finish. Nail-biting, thrilling stuff here. 6.79. That's what the clock says. Athletes shake hands. Avis seems to always have a good last 10 metres, which could be crucial. As we wait for this result to come up, for it to be confirmed officially. Paisan looking back there, 6.79, so provisionally he is the champion. He was the favourite coming into the competition, but he won his heat comfortably, and then through the semi-final and even the final, the athletes who behind him initially have raised their game. Let's have another look. Avis certainly doesn't get the best start. Paisan just shading it. Tin Liu seems to have a good middle fate of the race. No one dips that much across the line. This angle should be helpful, and I think that angle looks like Paisan gets it ahead of Avis. So waiting for that result to come through. So, is Lorenzo Paisan going to be confirmed as the champion here? It's really good to see this angle in slow motion. So slow, waiting for the athletes to arrive. So we're looking at torso here. Avis just shading it, but Paisan was the one to lean across the line. It is extremely close though, isn't it? And Tin Lu, he might have the best chance of bronze. And obviously the photo finish is being read at the moment, and that is needed. Might even delay the start of this.
I can confirm the result of 1, 2, 3 from that next 60. It was victory for Lorenzo Paisan, 6.79.
So confirmed, Lorenzo Paisan 6.79, but Ashley Avis ran the same time. And they were separated by 6 thousandths of a second. Tin Lu did get bronze, 6.82, personal best for him. So, straight on to the women's final, no real time to reflect. This is Brooke Ironside from lane 1 of Health Sciences University. She was the 200-metre champion here last year. Leonie Ashmead was the 100-metre champion outdoors in 2023, and she's a 3-time BUCS medalist. This is the battle that we wanted to see, with Alison Bell, a 4-time BUCS medalist, the defending champion with a best of 7.33. But what about Molly Palmer, known as a long jump specialist, but she's put herself right in contention. PBs in the heat and the semi-final, lowered to 7.32. But then Joy Eze raised her game with her semi-final, 7.25, a championship record time. She is not giving away any emotion. Neither is Jen Aduwu, who's alongside the 2 times BUCS champion is Aduwu, and she represents London South Bank. She was 5th last year, but has a PB recently of 7.38 in Newham. Karen Mayindu, also with a personal best this year. She represents East London and has improved last month to 7.37. She was 4th here last year. So Aduwu and Mayindu have been very close to a medal in the past. They'll have to be at their absolute best, though, to get one on this occasion. And then on the outside, Lois Garland of University of the Highlands and Islands. She was 2nd over 200 metres outdoors last year. So all of these athletes either have a personal best recently or in this very competition, or they've won a medal here on a previous occasion. So everyone has pedigree, but Molly Palmer would be a fascinating story even if she got a medal. Joy Eze appears to be the favourite. Ironside, Ashmead, Bell, Palmer, Eze, Aduwu, Mayindu and Garland in this women's 60-metre final. So, again, big noise as the athletes go clear. Eze and Palmer and Bell fighting behind, but Joy Eze, once again, a BUCS champion, and look at that time. 7.19 is sensational. Well, this is a 60-metre specialist we're looking at here. 7.19 is in the top 10 in the UK all-time list.
Official time, 7.19, the qualifying time for the European Under-20
that time is officially confirmed. And that is incredible because, you know, for a 60-metre race, these are decent chunks of time that she's taking off her personal best. But this is a PB. This is a PB that's been broken a few times. It's a championship record that's been eclipsed on a few occasions too. Cheyenne Evans-Gray doing it 7:28, the previous mark from 25 years ago. So Joy Eze also has the qualifying mark for the European Indoor Championships in Apeldoorn, which is 7:20. Well, I said Abigail Paulett's championship record would be one of the moments of the weekend, but to put yourself inside the GB all-time top 10 at BUCS is terrific. I mean, look, she's faster than Bianca Williams. Wow. She's faster than Jodie Williams. She's faster than Amy Hunt and Desiree Henry. And all of these terrific names. Montel Douglas, former British 100-metre record holder. That is absolutely extraordinary. She's nearly as fast as Imani Lancico, one of the mainstays of the GB relay team. Wow. Well, of course, we had that late addition to the schedule with that runoff in the men's 60 metres because two athletes ran the same time to the 1,000th of a second, but not expecting to have any more additions to the schedule because the women's 60 metres final that's just finished and then the women's 60 hurdles was going to be at 7:20, but that has already happened because they didn't need semi-finals. So we're just looking at the result then. Lorenzo Paisan, the Italian international, who won the men's 60. He was the favourite going in, but yeah, if you just joined us, it was kind of thrown wide open. Even though we looked at the entries and thought, well, Korede Awe isn't here, Shonan Yogo's not here, Corey Nealon Richards was a DNS in the semi-final, and then the fifth-ranked athlete, Joshan Venkatasamy, had to win that runoff 25 minutes before the final. Suresh Black wasn't here, Uzo Herbert got DQ'd, so that meant that if you look at the entries, the next best athlete was 8th ranked coming in, and then 6th out of those, or 5th out of those that turned up. But still, he was pushed extremely hard, and Ashley Avis, with PBs all the way through, got the silver. Tin Liu Loughborough the bronze. Right, Joy Eze, look at that. Alison Bell and Molly Palmer, the other medalists, and so Alison Bell adds to her collection as well. Don't forget that she's now a 5 times BUCS medalist and has come second to the likes of Sibbons, and beaten by Eze here 2 years ago, and Ashmead only 6th, a former champion. But yes, see, sometimes it happens at top championships, the global stage, where you look at a final and think, hang on a minute, who's going to finish last here? They're all world class. Well, it was a similar sort of situation, but adjust that to university level, and in the end, Leonie Ashmead maybe a little bit off her best, and she's now at Loughborough as well. She was really having a breakthrough season in 2023, and that helped her to the 100-metre outdoor title. But yeah, really thrilling stuff from Joy Eze. And so that leaves us with the second and third days to look forward to. This is only a small portion, really, of the medals to be decided, and so hopefully you can join us. Action starts at 10 tomorrow morning. That's what we're expecting with the women's 3,000 metre heats. So what a thrilling end that was to the first day, and hope you can join us tomorrow.